There was no warning. One moment, the sun hung in the sky as it always had, steady, eternal, a silent sentinel over humanity. The next, it erupted. A blinding flash tore across the heavens, searing the atmosphere, and the world below shuddered. Birds scattered in chaotic spirals, their cries lost in the deafening roar that followed. Cities plunged into eerie silence as power grids flickered and died, their hums replaced by the panicked murmurs of millions. In observatories around the globe, alarms blared. Scientists scrambled to their monitors, their faces pale under the glow of flickering screens. Data streams cascaded in incomprehensible waves, but one thing was clear: this was no ordinary solar flare. The sun had done something impossible. Across the room, a lone astronomer stood frozen, her eyes locked on the readings, her voice, barely a whisper, cut through the chaos. "This isn't natural," she said, her tone heavy with dread. "It's deliberate." The words hung in the air like a death knell. Outside, the sky burned with an unnatural light, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch toward an uncertain future. Somewhere, deep in the void of space, something had awakened, and it had turned its gaze toward Earth. As the first tremors of panic rippled across the planet, the astronomer's words echoed in the minds of those who heard them, a chilling prelude to the unraveling of civilization. The sun, humanity's lifeline, had become its greatest threat, and the question lingered, unspoken but deafening: who, or what, had done this? The answer, if it came, would be too late. The clock was already ticking. The sky that morning seemed no different from any other. People went about their routines, commuters packed into trains, students shuffled into classrooms, and office workers sipped their first cups of coffee. But then, without warning, every screen around the world lit up with the same message. A global emergency broadcast, urgent and unrelenting, shattered the illusion of normalcy. Static crackled, followed by a voice that carried the weight of 1,000 sleepless nights. "Attention, citizens of the world. This is not a test. We are facing an unprecedented solar event. Please remain calm and await further instructions." At first, the announcement seemed almost surreal, like something out of a science fiction movie. But as the broadcast repeated, the gravity of the situation began to sink in. The sun, our sun, was behaving in ways no one had ever seen before. Governments scrambled to issue statements, urging calm and assuring the public that measures were being taken. Yet within minutes, footage began circulating online, captured by amateur astronomers and space agencies alike. The sun's surface, usually a seething but stable ball of plasma, now rippled like liquid, as if something immense was stirring beneath its fiery exterior. The images were impossible to ignore. Waves of energy rolled across the sun's surface, distorting its familiar glow into something unrecognizable. Solar flares, usually brief and localized, now erupted in cascading bursts, each one more violent than the last. Scientists tried to explain the phenomenon, but their words did little to quell the growing panic. "This is unlike anything we've ever observed," one astrophysicist said during a live interview, his voice trembling. "The sun's magnetic field is destabilizing at an alarming rate. We don't know how much time we have." Social media erupted with speculation and fear. Hashtags like #SolarDoomsday and #End of the Sun trended within minutes. Conspiracy theories ran rampant, with some claiming it was a hoax, while others insisted it was a sign of divine retribution. But for most, the reality was inescapable. The footage didn't lie. The sun, the very heart of our solar system, was on the brink of something catastrophic. In cities around the world, crowds gathered in public squares, staring up at the sky as if they could somehow see the unfolding disaster with their own eyes. Others barricaded themselves indoors, stocking up on supplies and preparing for the worst. Airports were overwhelmed as people tried to flee to what they hoped would be safer regions, though no one could say where safety might be found. Governments declared states of emergency, deploying military forces to maintain order, but even they seemed unsure of what to do next. The ripple effects were immediate and far-reaching. Power grids strained under the pressure of erratic solar activity, causing blackouts in major cities. Satellite communications faltered, cutting off entire regions from the rest of the world. And then, as if to drive home the severity of the situation, the temperature began to rise, not by much at first, just a degree or two, but enough to make people notice. The air felt heavier, the sun's rays sharper, as if the star itself were drawing closer to Earth. Scientists worked around the clock, analyzing data and running simulations, but the truth was painfully clear. Humanity had no way to stop what was coming. The sun, the source of all life on Earth, was about to become its greatest threat, and as the hours passed, the world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. The lab was quiet, save for the hum of machinery and the occasional beep of monitors. Dr. Elena Carter sat at her desk, her eyes fixed on the glowing screen in front of her. The data streaming in from the solar observatory was unlike anything she had seen in her 20 years of studying the sun. At first, it seemed like a glitch, a series of irregular pulses in the sun's electromagnetic emissions. But as she zoomed in on the patterns, her breath caught in her throat. The pulses weren't random. They repeated in a precise sequence, a rhythm that felt almost deliberate. She leaned closer, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she isolated the data. The pulses came in clusters, short bursts, long pauses, then a rapid-fire sequence. It wasn't natural. The sun didn't behave this way. It was as if it was speaking in a language she couldn't yet understand. Her mind raced. Could this be some kind of anomaly? A solar flare with an unprecedented structure, or was it something else entirely? Elena turned to her colleague, Dr. Malik Patel, who was poring over his own set of readings. "Malik, come here, you need to see this." Her voice was steady, but there was an edge to it, a mix of excitement and unease. He crossed the room, his brow furrowed as he glanced at her screen. "What am I looking at?" he asked. "This," she said, pointing to the waveform on the display. "Look at the pattern. It's not random, it's structured. Almost like a code." Malik's eyes widened as he leaned in closer. "You're right," he muttered. "But how? The sun doesn't just produce signals like this." "It's not possible." Elena shook her head. "I don't know, but we need to figure it out fast." She pulled up a second monitor, displaying a global map of solar activity. The pulses weren't isolated to one region. They were occurring across the entire surface of the sun, synchronized in a way that defied natural explanation. Her team gathered around, their faces a mix of curiosity and concern. As the hours ticked by, they worked tirelessly, analyzing the data, running simulations, and cross-referencing their findings with historical solar records. Nothing matched. The pulses were unique, a phenomenon that had no precedent. Elena's mind kept circling back to one thought: what if this isn't natural? The idea was absurd, of course. The sun was a star, a massive ball of plasma and energy. It didn't communicate, and yet the pattern was undeniable. She stood up, pacing the room as she tried to make sense of it all. "We need to treat this like a signal," she said finally. "If this is some kind of message, we have to decode it." Her team exchanged uneasy glances. The suggestion was bold, even for Elena. But no one argued. The evidence was too compelling to ignore. Over the next few days, the lab became a hive of activity. Elena and her team worked around the clock, employing every tool at their disposal to crack the code. They tried mathematical algorithms, linguistic models, even cryptographic techniques. The pulses resisted easy interpretation, their complexity deepening the mystery. Late one night, as the rest of the team took a break, Elena sat alone in the dimly lit lab. The hum of the equipment was a constant backdrop as she stared at the waveform on her screen. She muted the audio feed, silencing the rhythmic beeps that had been her constant companion for days. And then, in a moment of quiet clarity, she whispered the words that would change everything. "Someone or something is trying to communicate." The implications were staggering. If the sun was sending a message, it wasn't just a scientific anomaly, it was a revelation. who or what could be behind it. And what were they trying to say? Elena's mind raced with possibilities, each more unsettling than the last. But one thing was certain, they were running out of time. The pulses were growing stronger, more frequent. Whatever was happening, it wasn't slowing down. She turned back to her screen, her fingers hovering over the keyboard. The weight of the discovery pressed down on her, a mix of awe and dread. The sun, the very heart of their solar system, was no longer just a source of light and warmth. It had become a mystery, one that could redefine humanity's place in the universe, and Elena Carter was determined to unravel it. The clock was ticking. The sun was speaking, and for the first time in history, humanity might just be able to listen. The first wave of solar radiation struck Earth with a ferocity no one could have anticipated. It came not as a slow, creeping threat, but as a sudden, blinding onslaught. Satellites orbiting high above the planet were the first to fall. One by one, they sizzled and sparked, their delicate circuits overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the solar energy. Communications networks collapsed in an instant, cutting off entire cities from the rest of the world. GPS systems failed, leaving ships at sea and planes in the air without guidance. The world, so accustomed to the constant hum of technology, was plunged into a silence that felt almost unnatural. On the ground, the effects were just as devastating. In New York City, the skyline shimmered with an eerie, unnatural glow as the solar radiation interacted with the atmosphere. Then, without warning, the power grids failed. Skyscrapers that once glittered with light now stood as dark, skeletal giants against the horizon. The streets, once alive with the buzz of activity, descended into chaos. Cars screeched to a halt as traffic lights went dark. People stumbled out of buildings, their faces etched with confusion and fear. In the midst of the chaos, one voice rose above the rest. A survivor, standing in the shadow of a towering building, screamed into the void. "It's like the sun is attacking us." Her words echoed the collective terror of a civilization suddenly stripped of its defenses. The sun, the very source of life, had become a harbinger of destruction. The radiation didn't just disrupt technology, it seeped into the very fabric of daily life. Medical equipment in hospitals shut down, leaving patients vulnerable. Water purification systems stopped functioning, threatening the survival of millions, and as the hours passed, the realization set in. This was no temporary blackout. The world was teetering on the brink of collapse. In the days that followed, the true scale of the devastation began to unfold. Cities, once symbols of human ingenuity and progress, became tombs of steel and glass. Without electricity, food supplies began to spoil, and clean water became scarce. Panic spread like wildfire, fueled by rumors and misinformation. In some places, people banded together, pooling their resources and knowledge in a desperate bid to survive. In others, the veneer of civilization cracked, giving way to violence and lawlessness. The world had become a patchwork of isolated communities, each struggling to adapt to a new reality where the sun was no longer a friend, but a deadly foe. Yet, even in the face of such overwhelming destruction, there were glimmers of hope. Scientists and engineers, working by candlelight and makeshift power sources, began to piece together the fragments of their shattered world. They knew the radiation would eventually subside, but the question remained, would humanity survive long enough to see that day? The answer lay not just in their ability to rebuild, but in their capacity to come together, to find strength in unity, and to forge a new path forward in a world forever changed by the day the sun turned against them. Elena's fingers trembled as she stared at the glowing screen in front of her. The signal they had been decoding for weeks was no longer a tangled mess of numbers and symbols. Slowly, painfully, it began to take shape. Her team worked in silence, the only sounds the hum of computers and the occasional clatter of a keyboard. Then it happened, a pattern emerged, a sequence so precise, so deliberate, it sent a chill down her spine. "It's a countdown," she whispered, her voice barely audible. The room froze, heads turned, and the weight of her words settled over them like a suffocating fog. Elena's heart pounded as she double-checked the calculations, her mind racing to make sense of the numbers. "This isn't just a warning," she said, louder now, her voice cracking under the strain. "It's a timer. The sun, it's going to explode." The words hung in the air, heavy and unshakable. For a moment, no one moved, then chaos erupted. Scientists scrambled to verify the data, their faces pale, their movements frantic. Elena's hands shook as she dialed the emergency hotline, her voice steady despite the storm raging inside her. "This is Elena Vasquez at the Global Astrophysics Center. We've confirmed it. The sun is on a countdown to destruction. You need to act now." News spread faster than anyone could have anticipated. Within hours, governments worldwide were in crisis mode. Emergency broadcasts interrupted every channel, their tone urgent and unflinching. "Evacuate to designated underground bunkers immediately." "This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill." The words echoed through cities, towns, and villages, a grim reminder of the fragility of human existence. In the streets, panic took hold. People abandoned their cars, their homes, their lives, clutching whatever they could carry as they fled toward the nearest shelters. The world had never seen anything like it. Airports were overrun, highways jammed with vehicles, and public spaces turned into scenes of desperation. Parents held their children tightly, their faces etched with fear. Strangers clung to one another, united by a shared terror of what was to come. Underground bunkers, long relegated to the realm of conspiracy theories and sci-fi movies, became humanity's last hope. Governments activated contingency plans that had been gathering dust for decades. Subterranean cities, built to withstand the unimaginable, opened their doors to the masses. But even as the evacuation efforts ramped up, it was clear not everyone would make it. The sheer scale of the crisis was overwhelming. For every person who found safety, countless others were left behind, their fates sealed by the relentless march of time. Elena watched it all unfold from her station, her guilt a heavy burden she couldn't shake. She had cracked the code, but what good was it if the world couldn't be saved? Her team worked tirelessly, searching for a glimmer of hope in the data, but the numbers didn't lie. The countdown continued, each passing second a reminder of their powerlessness. As the hours turned to days, the atmosphere grew heavier, the air thick with dread. Above ground, the sun still shone, its light deceptively calm, but Elena knew better. Beneath that serene surface, chaos was brewing, a cataclysm that would rewrite the story of humanity. She stared at the countdown on her screen, the numbers ticking down with cruel precision. "We're running out of time," she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, and deep down she wondered if any of it would matter in the end. The world held its breath, waiting for the inevitable. But even in the face of annihilation, some refused to give up. Scientists, engineers, and ordinary people worked together, driven by a desperate hope that somehow, against all odds, they could find a way to survive. Elena clung to that hope, even as the countdown inched closer to zero, because in the end, hope was all they had left. The world watched in stunned silence as the sun's violent eruptions grew more frequent, each one a reminder that humanity's time might be running out. Amid the chaos, a voice emerged, one that many dismissed as the ramblings of a madman. Dr. Marcus Voss, a once respected astrophysicist, stepped into the spotlight with a theory so outrageous it seemed ripped straight from the pages of a science fiction novel. He claimed the sun's instability wasn't natural at all. Instead, he insisted it was the result of an alien experiment, one that had gone catastrophically wrong. "They're using our sun as a weapon," Voss declared in a press conference that quickly went viral, his voice trembling with a mix of urgency and frustration. "And we're the target." The scientific community was quick to dismiss his claims. After all, Voss had been ostracized years earlier for his unorthodox methods and his obsession with extraterrestrial life. His peers labeled him a conspiracy theorist, a man who had let his imagination eclipse his reason. But as the sun continued to rage, some couldn't help but wonder if there was a grain of truth hidden in his wild assertions. Voss's theory was rooted in a series of strange anomalies he had observed years earlier. While analyzing solar data, he noticed patterns that defied conventional explanations. The sun's flares weren't just random bursts of energy, they seemed to follow a rhythm, almost like a code. At the time, he had speculated that these patterns could be evidence of alien technology, something far beyond human comprehension. But without concrete proof, his ideas were brushed aside as the musings of a rogue scientist chasing shadows. Now, with the sun spiraling out of control, Voss was determined to make the world listen. He pointed to the sudden and inexplicable changes in the sun's magnetic field, changes that no natural phenomenon could account for. He argued that an advanced extraterrestrial civilization had been conducting experiments on the sun, attempting to harness its energy for their own purposes. But something had gone wrong, and the sun had become unstable, threatening to destroy not just Earth but the entire solar system. They made a mistake, Voss warned, his eyes blazing with conviction. And now we're paying the price. His warnings fell on deaf ears. Governments and scientific institutions dismissed his claims as paranoia, a desperate attempt to make sense of an uncontrollable situation. The media painted him as a doomsday prophet, a man who had lost touch with reality, but Voss refused to back down. He began gathering a small group of followers, scientists, engineers, and even former military personnel who were willing to entertain his ideas. Together, they worked in secret, analyzing data and searching for evidence that could prove his theory. As the days passed and the sun's fury showed no signs of abating, whispers of Voss's warnings began to spread. People who had once scoffed at his theories started to question their own skepticism. What if he was right? What if humanity wasn't just facing a natural disaster, but an orchestrated attack from forces beyond our understanding? The tension between Voss and the establishment grew, with each side accusing the other of endangering the planet. The scientific community urged calm, insisting that the sun's instability was a natural phenomenon that could be studied and mitigated. But Voss and his followers argued that time was running out, that humanity needed to prepare for the possibility of an extraterrestrial threat. The world was caught in a dangerous limbo, torn between reason and fear, between the evidence of science and the whispers of something far more sinister. And as the sun burned hotter and brighter in the sky, one question loomed over everything. Was Marcus Voss a madman, or was he the only one who could see the truth? The second wave of radiation arrived like a silent thief, invisible yet devastating. It wasn't the fiery explosion of the sun that came first, but the aftermath, a relentless surge of energy that swept across the planet. As the radiation penetrated the atmosphere, it began to unravel the delicate balance of Earth's ecosystems. The polar ice caps, already fragile from decades of rising temperatures, bore the brunt of the assault. Glaciers that had stood for millennia began to melt at an alarming rate, their ancient ice turning to water that rushed into the oceans. Coastal cities, once bustling hubs of life and commerce, were swallowed by the rising tides. Tokyo, a city of towering skyscrapers and vibrant streets, became a scene of chaos and despair. In the heart of the city, a mother clutched her child tightly, her voice trembling as she cried out, "There's nowhere to run." The words echoed through the streets, a haunting refrain of helplessness. Around her, the water rose steadily, creeping up the sides of buildings, flooding subway tunnels, and turning roads into rivers. The city's infrastructure, designed to withstand earthquakes and typhoons, was no match for this unprecedented deluge. People scrambled for higher ground, but even the tallest buildings offered no guarantee of safety. The water kept coming, relentless and unforgiving. As the floods devastated urban areas, the planet's ecosystems began to unravel. The radiation didn't just melt ice, it disrupted the very fabric of life. In the oceans, coral reefs that had thrived for centuries began to bleach and die, their vibrant colors fading into ghostly white. Fish populations, already stressed by overfishing and pollution, collapsed as the water temperature soared. On land, forests that had once been carbon sinks turned into tinderboxes, their dry leaves and branches igniting at the slightest spark. Fires spread unchecked, consuming everything in their path and filling the air with thick, choking smoke. The second wave of radiation didn't just destroy cities and ecosystems, it shattered humanity's sense of security. For generations, people had believed that the Earth was resilient, that it could recover from whatever challenges humanity threw at it. But now, that belief was crumbling. The planet's natural systems, once thought to be indestructible, were breaking down under the weight of the sun's fury. And as the ecosystems unraveled, so too did the social fabric of human civilization. Panic spread like wildfire, fueled by the realization that there was no escape, no refuge from the catastrophe unfolding around them. In Tokyo, the mother's cry was more than a plea for help, it was a symbol of humanity's collective despair. For centuries, humans had built cities, developed technology, and shaped the world to their needs. But now, faced with the raw power of nature, they were powerless. There was no technology that could stop the rising waters, no infrastructure that could withstand the floods, no government that could protect its people from the radiation. The world was changing, and there was no going back. As the waters continued to rise and the fires raged on, humanity was forced to confront a harsh truth. The sun, the source of all life on Earth, had become its greatest threat. The second wave of radiation was just the beginning, a prelude to the even greater challenges that lay ahead. And as the planet's ecosystems unraveled, humanity's fate hung in the balance, a fragile thread in the vast tapestry of the cosmos. Elena stood at the edge of the research tent, her fingers trembling as they brushed over the holographic map projected onto the table. The data had been pouring in for weeks, cryptic signals buried beneath layers of solar interference and magnetic anomalies. But now, as the pieces fell into place, the truth was undeniable. Beneath the endless dunes of the Sahara lay something ancient, something alien, something that could explain the sun's erratic behavior, or perhaps even stop it. The artifact's signature was faint, almost ghostly, but unmistakable. It pulsed in sync with the sun's flares, as though the two were locked in a cosmic dance. Elena's mind raced as she traced the coordinates on the map. Here, she murmured, her voice barely audible over the hum of the equipment. It's here. She turned to her team, her eyes burning with a mix of determination and dread. This is the key, she whispered. If we don't find it, none of this, none of us, will matter. The expedition was a gamble, and they all knew it. The Sahara was no ordinary desert. Its vast emptiness was a battlefield of extreme, scorching heat by day, bone-chilling cold by night, and sandstorms that could swallow entire cities. But the real danger wasn't the environment, it was the unknown, the artifact's origins, its purpose, even its size. All of it was a mystery, and mysteries, Elena had learned, often came with teeth. Her team moved quickly, packing supplies and calibrating the equipment. Dr. Malik, the team's geologist, double-checked the seismic scanners, his face pale but focused. If this thing is buried deep, he said, we'll need to move fast. The sun's flares are getting worse, and the sandstorms, they're not natural, they're reacting to something down there. Elena nodded, her jaw tightening. She had noticed it too. The way the storms seemed to circle the coordinates, as if the desert itself was guarding its secret. As the team prepared their vehicles, reinforced rovers equipped with solar shielding and advanced navigation systems, Elena couldn't shake the feeling that they were being watched. The artifact's signal had been faint, yes, but it hadn't gone unnoticed. Governments, corporations, even rogue factions, all of them were scrambling to decode the sun's instability. If anyone else had picked up the signal, the race to the Sahara would become a race against time, and against enemies they couldn't yet see. The first leg of the journey was tense but uneventful. The rovers carved through the dunes, their tracks erased almost instantly by the shifting sounds. The silence was unnerving, broken only by the occasional crackle of the radio as Malik relayed updates on the seismic readings. But as they approached the coordinates, the air grew heavier, the horizon shimmering with an unnatural heat. The scanners began to glitch, their screens flickering with static. And then, without warning, the ground beneath them shifted, the rover lurched, its wheels spinning uselessly as the sand gave way. "Quicksand," Malik shouted, his voice sharp with panic. But it wasn't quicksand. The ground was sinking, pulling them towards something far deeper. Elena gripped the dashboard, her heart pounding as the rover tilted precariously. "Hold on," she yelled, but the words were swallowed by a deafening roar as the sand erupted around them. When the dust settled, the team found themselves in a cavernous chamber, its walls smooth and glass-like, glowing faintly with an eerie blue light. The air was cool, almost too cool, and the silence was absolute. Elena stepped out of the rover, her boots crunching on the crystalline floor. She shone her light upward, and her breath caught in her throat. Above them, carved into the ceiling, was a massive symbol, a spiral within a spiral, pulsing faintly in time with the sun's flares. "This is it," she said, her voice trembling with a mix of awe and fear. "This is what we've been looking for." But as she took a step forward, the ground beneath her hummed, and the symbol began to glow brighter. The artifact was close, but so was something else. Something alive, and it was waking up. The Sahara stretched endlessly before them, a sea of golden dunes rippling under the harsh glare of the sun. The expedition team moved in a tight formation, their vehicles kicking up clouds of fine sand that clung to their clothes and equipment. What had begun as a routine mission to locate the artifact had quickly spiraled into a fight for survival. The desert, vast and unyielding, seemed alive, a force determined to test their resolve. As they pressed forward, the horizon darkened ominously. The wind picked up, howling like a wounded beast, and the sand began to swirl in chaotic patterns. "Sandstorm incoming," shouted Captain Reyes, his voice barely audible over the growing roar. The team scrambled to secure their gear and take cover, but the storm was upon them in moments. Visibility dropped to zero, the world reduced to a swirling, suffocating haze. Sand stung their skin and clogged their masks, making every breath a struggle. The vehicles groaned under the assault, their engines sputtering as the storm intensified. In the chaos, Private Alvarez muttered under his breath, "This place doesn't want us here." His words hung in the air, heavy with a truth no one wanted to acknowledge. The Sahara was no ordinary desert. It was a graveyard of lost expeditions, a place where the land itself seemed to conspire against intruders. The team had already lost 2 members to dehydration and heatstroke, their bodies left behind in shallow graves, marked only by crude cairns of stones. Now, with the storm raging, it felt as though the desert was actively trying to claim more lives. When the storm finally subsided, the team regrouped, battered but determined. They were close now, close enough to feel the pull of the artifact, a strange, almost magnetic presence that gnawed at the edges of their sanity, but the desert wasn't done with them yet. As they prepared to move out, a distant rumble caught their attention. At first, they thought it was thunder, but the sound grew louder, more rhythmic. "Engines, contact," yelled Sergeant Vega, his hand tightening on his rifle. Emerging from the haze were a dozen vehicles, their shapes distorted by the heat. The expedition team braced themselves, knowing what was coming. Rogue militias, scavengers who preyed on anyone foolish enough to venture into the Sahara, had found them. The militias were a law unto themselves, armed to the teeth and ruthless in their pursuit of loot. They had no interest in the artifact, only in stripping the team of their supplies and leaving them to rot in the sand. A firefight erupted, the crack of gunfire echoing across the dunes. The team fought with everything they had, their training and discipline giving them an edge against the chaotic onslaught. But the militias were relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. Bullets tore through the air, ripping into vehicles and kicking up geysers of sand. The team's medic, Dr. Carter, was hit, a bullet grazing her arm as she dove for cover. "Stay down," shouted Reyes, returning fire with precision. As the battle raged on, a strange sensation began to creep over the team, a feeling of being watched. The artifact, buried somewhere beneath the shifting sands, seemed to pulse with an eerie energy, as if it were aware of the violence unfolding above. The militias, too, seemed to sense something unnatural. Their attacks grew more frantic, their shouts tinged with fear. One of their vehicles suddenly veered off course, its driver screaming as the sand beneath it gave way, swallowing the vehicle whole. The militias retreated, their morale shattered by the inexplicable event. The expedition team, though victorious, was left shaken. They had survived the storm and the attack, but at what cost? The desert had claimed more than just their comrades, it had chipped away at their sanity, their resolve. As they pressed on, the artifact's pull grew stronger, its presence a constant, unsettling reminder that they were no longer just fighting against the elements or human enemies. They were trespassers in a place that defied understanding, and the Sahara would do whatever it took to protect its secrets. The soldiers' words lingered in their minds, a grim mantra that none of them could shake. This place doesn't want us here. And yet, they had no choice but to keep moving forward, deeper into the heart of the desert, where the artifact waited, and where the true test of their survival was yet to come. The air grew heavy, charged with a strange, almost electric tension as the team approached the artifact. It loomed before them, a towering obelisk of obsidian black, its surface shimmering faintly with veins of golden light that pulsed in rhythm with the sun's erratic signals. The ground beneath their feet vibrated softly, as if the earth itself were alive and reacting to the presence of the structure. Elena stepped forward, her breath catching in her throat as she studied the intricate patterns etched into the obelisk's surface. They weren't random, they were deliberate, precise, almost like a language or a code. Her hand trembled as she reached out, but she stopped short of touching it, as if some instinct warned her against making contact. It's a control device, she whispered, her voice barely audible over the low hum that emanated from the obelisk. Her words hung in the air, heavy with implications. Someone's been manipulating our star for centuries, maybe longer. The team exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of her statement sinking in. The sun's recent behavior, the flares, the instability, the impending doom, hadn't been natural. It had been orchestrated, but by whom and why? As if in response to her revelation, the ground shuddered violently, sending cracks spidering through the earth around them. The obelisk's pulsations grew stronger, faster, the golden veins flaring brighter with each beat. The hum rose to a deafening crescendo, vibrating through their bones and filling the air with an almost tangible pressure. Elena stumbled back, her face pale, her mind racing to piece together the fragments of information they had uncovered. The ancient texts, the anomalous solar activity, the signal, it all pointed to something far beyond human comprehension. This wasn't just a control device, it was a relic of a civilization that had once wielded power over the very fabric of the cosmos. "We're not alone," she murmured, her voice trembling. "And we never have been." The implications were staggering. If this obelisk could manipulate the sun, it meant that their star, and perhaps countless others, had been under the control of an advanced, possibly extraterrestrial intelligence. The thought sent a chill through the group, their earlier awe now tinged with dread. What kind of beings could build such a device, and what were their intentions? The ground shook again, more violently this time, and the obelisk's light intensified, casting long, flickering shadows across the landscape. The team braced themselves, their minds racing with questions and fears. The discovery of the artifact wasn't just a breakthrough, it was a turning point, a moment that would redefine humanity's understanding of its place in the universe. But with that understanding came a terrifying realization. They were no longer the masters of their own destiny. Someone, or something, had been pulling the strings all along. And now, the strings were tightening. The air in the room grew heavier as the door creaked open, revealing Marcus Voss standing in the dim light. His presence was unexpected, almost surreal, like a ghost stepping out of the shadows. His eyes darted across the room, landing on the artifact, a pulsating, otherworldly object that had consumed the team's every waking moment. "I've been tracking this thing for years," he said, his voice low but urgent, cutting through the silence like a blade. The weight of his words hung in the air, and the team froze, caught between curiosity and dread. Marcus stepped closer, his gaze never leaving the artifact. "If we tamper with it, the sun will explode faster," he warned, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The room seemed to shrink around them, the walls closing in as the gravity of his statement settled over the group. "We need to shut it down carefully. One wrong move, and we're not just risking our lives, we're dooming the entire planet." Tensions flared instantly. Dr. Elena Reyes, the team's astrophysicist, crossed her arms, her skepticism palpable. "And who exactly are you to waltz in here and tell us what to do? We've been studying this thing for months. You show up out of nowhere, and suddenly you're the expert." Marcus didn't flinch. "I've been studying it longer than you've even known it existed." He shot back, his voice steady but edged with frustration. "I've seen what it can do. I've watched it destabilize stars, rip through solar systems. This isn't some relic to be prodded and poked. It's a weapon, and it's already primed to go off." The room erupted into chaos. Voices overlapped, accusations flew, and the fragile unity the team had built began to crumble. Commander Harlow, the group's leader, raised a hand to silence the arguments. "Enough," he barked, his voice cutting through the noise. "We don't have time for this. Marcus, if you know something we don't, now's the time to share. We're all in this together, whether we like it or not." Marcus hesitated, glancing at the artifact as if it might lash out at any moment. "I don't have all the answers," he admitted, his voice softer now. "But I know this. If we don't act carefully, we're playing with fire on a cosmic scale. The artifact is linked to the sun's core. Every interaction, every signal we send, it's feeding back into the star's energy matrix. We're accelerating the process, not stopping it." The revelation sent a chill through the room. Dr. Reyes' skepticism wavered, replaced by a flicker of unease. "If that's true," she said slowly, "then what do you suggest we do? If we can't study it, if we can't interact with it, how do we shut it down?" Marcus's eyes narrowed, his expression grim. "We need to isolate it completely. No signals, no energy, nothing that could trigger a response. It's not going to be easy. It's going to require precision, coordination, and a level of restraint this team hasn't shown so far." The challenge hung in the air, unspoken but undeniable. The team had been driven by curiosity, by the thrill of discovery, but now they faced a stark reality. Their actions could have catastrophic consequences. The artifact wasn't just a mystery to be solved, it was a ticking time bomb, and Marcus Voss had just handed them the detonator. As the team grappled with this new perspective, the tension in the room shifted. The arguments didn't stop, but they became more measured, more focused. Marcus's arrival had shattered their assumptions, but it had also given them a path forward, albeit a dangerous one. The stakes had never been higher, and the margin for error had never been thinner. The artifact pulsed faintly in the corner, a silent reminder of the power it held. For the first time, the team wasn't just fighting to understand it, they were fighting to survive it. And with Marcus's warnings echoing in their minds, they knew one thing for certain: failure wasn't an option. The artifact hummed softly, its surface pulsating with an eerie, otherworldly light. Elena's hands trembled as she held it, her eyes widening as the room filled with a sudden, blinding glow. Slowly, a holographic projection materialized above the artifact, shimmering with intricate detail. It was a map of the solar system, but not as they knew it. Planets, moons, and even the distant Kuiper Belt objects were marked with strange symbols, glowing ominously in red and gold. Elena stepped back, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's not just Earth," she said, her words heavy with dread. "Look at the symbols, they're targeting every planet. This isn't just a weapon, it's a galactic scale system. Whoever built this didn't just want to destroy one world, they wanted to wipe out everything." The room fell silent, the weight of her words sinking in. The team gathered closer, their faces illuminated by the flickering hologram. Marcus, the astrophysicist, pointed to Mars. "See here, that symbol. It's the same as the one we found in the Martian ruins. And there, on Europa, that matches the markings from the ice caverns. It's all connected. This artifact isn't just a map, it's a key to activating something. Something massive." Dr. Patel, the team's historian, adjusted his glasses, his expression grim. If this is true, then the civilization that created this wasn't just advanced. They were preparing for something catastrophic, a reset button on the entire solar system. But why? What could have driven them to such extremes? Elena's mind raced. She traced the lines of the hologram, her fingers brushing through the light as if she could somehow feel the truth hidden within. "We've been looking at this all wrong," she said, her voice gaining strength. "This isn't just about destruction, it's about control. Whoever built this wanted to ensure that if they couldn't have the galaxy, no one could, but there's more to it. Look at these pathways. These aren't just targets, they're connections, like a network, a system designed to spread something, a virus maybe, or a signal." Marcus nodded, his analytical mind already piecing together the possibilities. If it's a network, then there's a central hub, a control point. If we can find it, we might be able to stop this before it's too late. But where? The map doesn't show any single location as the origin. Dr. Patel leaned in, his eyes narrowing. Perhaps it's not a place, not in the traditional sense. "Look at the patterns, they're cyclical, almost like a timeline. What if the hub isn't a fixed point in space, but a moment in time, a specific alignment of celestial bodies?" The team exchanged uneasy glances. The implications were staggering. If the artifact's activation depended on a cosmic event, they might already be too late. Elena clenched her fists, her determination cutting through the rising panic. "We need to act now. If this is a countdown, we don't have the luxury of debating. We have to find a way to disrupt the network, to break the chain before it's triggered. But how? We don't even know what we're dealing with." Marcus gestured to the artifact. "It's the only clue we have. If we can decode the symbols, we might find a way to deactivate it, or at least buy ourselves some time." Elena hesitated, her mind torn between caution and urgency. "And what if tampering with it makes things worse? What if we accidentally activate it instead?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. The artifact glowed brighter, as if responding to their uncertainty. Outside, the sky darkened, the first signs of the sun's instability casting long shadows across the landscape. Time was running out, and every decision carried unimaginable consequences. The team stood at the edge of a precipice, their next move holding the fate of not just Earth, but the entire solar system in the balance. The tension in the underground bunker was palpable, a thick fog of fear and desperation hanging over the group. The artifact, still glowing faintly with an otherworldly light, sat at the center of the room, its presence both a beacon of hope and a source of dread. Among the survivors, a fracture had formed, one that threatened to tear them apart. Sergeant Marcus, a hardened soldier with haunted eyes and a mind frayed by the horrors they'd witnessed, had become the unlikely leader of a splinter faction. His distrust of the artifact had grown into outright paranoia. "It's a trap," he growled, his voice low and trembling with barely contained anger. "Every second we keep this thing alive, we're playing right into its hands. We don't even know what it is, but we know it's dangerous, too dangerous." Elena, her face pale but resolute, stepped forward, her hands raised in a plea for calm. "Marcus, listen to me. Destroying it won't solve anything. It's not just a weapon or a curse. It's a tool, maybe the only one we have left. If we destroy it, we're giving up our only chance to stop this nightmare. Don't you see? We need to understand it, not obliterate it." Her voice cracked with emotion, but her conviction was unwavering. She had spent countless hours studying the artifact, tracing its strange symbols and testing its limits. To her, it wasn't just an object, it was a lifeline, a key to survival in a world unraveling at the seams. But Marcus wasn't swayed. His hand tightened around the grip of his weapon, his jaw clenching as he glared at the artifact. You think you can control it, you think you know what it's capable of. Look around you, Elina. Look at what it's already done. The sun's dying, the world's falling apart, and you want to keep messing with this thing. No, we end this now, before it ends us. His words sparked a ripple of agreement among his followers, a group of soldiers and civilians who had lost too much to risk trusting the unknown. The room erupted into chaos. Shouts echoed off the concrete walls as alliances split and tempers flared. Some backed Marcus, their fear of the artifact outweighing their hope. Others stood with Elena, clinging to the slim chance that the artifact could be their salvation. The air was electric with tension, every second stretching into an eternity as the two sides faced off. In the midst of it all, the artifact seemed to pulse faintly, as if aware of the conflict it had sparked. Elena's mind raced. She knew she had to act fast to find a way to make them see reason. "Marcus, please," she said, her voice softer now but no less urgent. "I know you're scared, we all are, but if we destroy this, we're not just giving up on ourselves. We're giving up on everyone who's counting on us. The people out there, the ones still alive, they're depending on us to find a way to stop this. Don't let fear blind you to what's at stake." For a moment, it seemed like her words might reach him. His grip on his weapon loosened and his expression wavered, but then, a loud crash from outside the bunker shattered the fragile silence, jolting everyone back into action. The sound was unmistakable, the collapse of another building, another piece of their world crumbling away. Marcus's face hardened once more, his resolve solidified by the reminder of the chaos outside. "No more waiting," he barked, turning to his group. "We're ending this, now." Elena's heart sank as Marcus and his faction moved toward the artifact, their intent clear. She could feel the weight of the moment pressing down on her, the realization that they were teetering on the edge of disaster, but she wasn't ready to give up. Not yet. As Marcus raised his weapon, she stepped between him and the artifact, her voice rising above the clamor. "If you want to destroy it, you'll have to go through me." Her words hung in the air, a challenge and a plea wrapped into one. The room fell silent, the tension so thick it felt like it could be cut with a knife. Every eye was on Elena and Marcus, the two figureheads of a fractured group, their choices poised to shape the fate of what little remained of humanity. And in the background, the artifact continued to glow, its light flickering like a heartbeat, steady, relentless, and impossible to ignore. The air in the chamber grew heavy, charged with an almost palpable tension. The artifact, once inert and unassuming, now pulsed with a faint, otherworldly glow. It was as if the ancient device had been waiting, dormant for centuries, for the precise moment to reveal its true nature. The team stood frozen, their instruments whirring and beeping erratically, as if the very technology they relied on was rebelling against them. Then, without warning, the artifact unleashed its defenses. A low hum reverberated through the chamber, escalating into a deafening roar. The walls seemed to vibrate, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. One of the floodlights flickered and died, casting long, jagged shadows across the room. From the artifact's surface, a series of thin, metallic tendrils emerged, snaking outward with alarming speed. They moved with purpose, as if guided by some unseen intelligence. The first tendril lashed out, striking a team member square in the chest. He didn't even have time to scream. His body crumpled to the floor, lifeless as the tendril retracted, leaving a smoldering hole where his heart had been. Panic erupted. Shouts and cries filled the air as the team scrambled to escape the onslaught. Another tendril shot forward, wrapping around the leg of a second researcher. She thrashed wildly, but the tendril's grip was unyielding. Within seconds, it had dragged her toward the artifact, her screams abruptly silenced as she was pulled into its glowing core. The others watched in horror, their training and protocols forgotten in the face of such incomprehensible violence. Marcus, his voice cutting through the chaos, shouted, "It's alive, it's fighting back." His words were a mixture of awe and terror. a realization that they were not dealing with a mere relic of a forgotten civilization, but something far more dangerous. He grabbed the nearest survivor by the arm, yanking them toward the exit. "Fall back now," he barked, his tone leaving no room for argument. The remaining team members, those still alive, didn't need to be told twice. They turned and ran, their footsteps echoing in the narrow passageway as they fled the chamber. The artifact's defenses didn't relent. As the survivors retreated, the tendrils continued their assault, slicing through the air with unnerving precision. One of them narrowly missed Marcus, grazing his shoulder and leaving a searing burn in its wake. He gritted his teeth against the pain, pushing forward. Behind him, the sound of the artifact's hum grew louder, more insistent, as if it were mocking their futile attempt to escape. When they finally reached the relative safety of the outer corridor, Marcus slammed the heavy metal door shut, sealing off the chamber. The survivors collapsed against the walls, breathing heavily, their faces pale with shock. The weight of what they had just witnessed hung heavy in the air. They had come seeking answers, hoping to unlock the secrets of this ancient civilization. Instead, they had awakened something far beyond their understanding, something that had no intention of letting them leave. Marcus leaned against the door, his mind racing. "We need to regroup," he said, his voice steadier now, though still tinged with urgency. "We can't stay here. That thing, it's not just a machine, it's alive, and it's not going to stop until it gets what it wants." The others nodded, their fear momentarily overshadowed by the need to survive. But as they began to move down the corridor, the faint hum of the artifact echoed behind them, a chilling reminder that their ordeal was far from over. The survivors moved quickly, their footsteps echoing in the dimly lit passageway. Each of them carried the weight of what they had just experienced, the loss of their teammates, the realization that they were dealing with something far beyond their comprehension. Marcus led the way, his mind already working through their options. They needed a plan, a way to neutralize the artifact, or at least buy themselves enough time to escape. But as they turned a corner, the faint glow of the artifact's light seemed to follow them, a haunting reminder that they were no longer in control of their own fate. The chamber, once a site of discovery, had become a tomb for their fallen comrades, and they were next. Elena's flashlight flickered as she and Marcus descended into the hidden chamber, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and something metallic, almost electric. The walls around them were smooth, unnaturally so, as if carved by a force far beyond human capability. The faint hum they'd heard earlier grew louder, resonating in their chests, a low, pulsing vibration that seemed to synchronize with their racing hearts. "This is it," Elena whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum. "This is how they control it." Her hand trembled as she ran her fingers over the surface of a massive alien console embedded in the chamber's center. Symbols that resembled no earthly language glowed faintly, shifting and rearranging themselves as though alive. Marcus stepped closer, his breath shallow, his eyes wide with a mix of awe and dread. "What do you mean, control it?" he asked, his voice tight. He glanced at the ceiling, as if expecting the sun's fiery tendrils to burst through at any moment. The countdown was relentless, and every second felt like a noose tightening around their necks. Elena turned to him, her face pale but resolute. "The artifact," she said, gesturing to the console. "It's not just a relic, it's a device, a control mechanism. Whoever created this, they used it to manipulate stars, to harness their energy, and now," she paused, swallowing hard. "Now, it's doing the opposite, it's destabilizing the sun, but if we can reverse the process, we might be able to stop it." Marcus stared at her, his mind racing. "Reverse it, how? Even if we figure out how this thing works, we're not exactly experts in alien tech." His frustration was palpable, but beneath it was a flicker of hope, fragile and desperate. Elena's gaze hardened. "We don't have a choice. This is the only way," but she hesitated, her voice dropping to a whisper. "It's a one-way trip. The energy required to reverse the process, it'll fry anything within a 100-mile radius. Including us." The weight of her words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Marcus stepped back, his hands gripping the edges of the console as if to steady himself. "You're saying we have to die to save everyone else?" Elena nodded, her expression unreadable. "Yes, but not just us, the planet, everything. We'll be giving it a chance to start over." To survive, the hum grew louder, the symbols on the console flaring brighter, casting eerie shadows across their faces. Somewhere above them, the sun was reaching its breaking point, its light growing more intense with every passing moment. The world outside was a chaos of fire and ash, and here, in this hidden chamber, two people stood on the precipice of a decision that would change everything. Marcus exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. "This is insane. We're not heroes, we're just people. How are we supposed to do this?" Elena reached out, placing a hand on his arm. "We don't have to be heroes," she said softly. "We just have to do what's right, and right now, this is the only thing that makes sense." For a long moment, they stood there, the weight of the world pressing down on them. Then, with a shared nod, they turned back to the console, their hands hovering over the glowing symbols. The countdown was nearing its end, and the chamber seemed to pulse in time with the dying sun. "We do this together," Marcus said, his voice steady now, his fear pushed aside by a quiet determination. Elena nodded, her fingers brushing against the alien interface. Together, as they began to activate the console, the hum rose to a deafening roar, the chamber filling with light so bright it burned their eyes. The symbols on the console shifted faster, forming patterns that neither of them could comprehend, but that felt strangely familiar, as if the knowledge had been waiting for them all along. And then, with a final, blinding flash, the chamber fell silent. The countdown had ended, but whether they had succeeded or failed, only time would tell. The air was thick with tension as the team gathered one last time beneath the dim, flickering lights of the underground facility. The artifact pulsed ominously, its faint hum reverberating through the walls like the heartbeat of some ancient, malevolent being. Elena and Marcus exchanged a glance, their resolve hardening. They knew what had to be done. The other scientists, soldiers, and engineers stood in uneasy silence, their faces pale and drawn. "We'll stay," Elena said, her voice steady but carrying the weight of a decision that could cost them everything. "Someone has to deactivate it. If we don't, this thing, it won't stop until it's consumed everything." Marcus nodded, his jaw clenched. He didn't need to say it aloud. They both understood the stakes. The artifact wasn't just a weapon. It was a force of nature, a ticking bomb that could unravel the fabric of reality itself. The rest of the team hesitated, their eyes darting between the artifact and the exit. One of the soldiers, a grizzled man with scars etched into his face, stepped forward. His voice was low, almost a growl. "You're signing your death warrant," he said, his tone heavy with disbelief and something else. Respect, perhaps, or pity. "You realize that, don't you? Once you start messing with that thing, there's no coming back." Elena met his gaze without flinching. "We know," she replied simply. "But if we don't do this, there won't be a world left to save. Someone has to warn the others. Someone has to get out there and make sure people know what's coming." The soldier hesitated, then gave a curt nod. He turned to the others, barking orders to move out. The group began to shuffle toward the exit, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. They cast backward glances at Elena and Marcus, their faces a mix of fear and guilt, but there was no time for goodbyes, no room for hesitation. Every second counted. As the sound of their retreating footsteps faded, Elena and Marcus found themselves alone in the chamber. The artifact loomed before them, its surface rippling with an otherworldly energy. It was beautiful in a terrifying way, like staring into the heart of a dying star. Marcus ran a hand through his hair, exhaling sharply. "All right," he said, his voice tinged with a dark humor. "Let's figure out how to shut this thing down before it decides to blow us all to kingdom come." Elena crouched beside the artifact, her fingers brushing against its surface. It was warm to the touch, almost alive, It's reacting to us, she murmured, her brow furrowed in concentration, like it knows what we're trying to do. We'll need to disrupt its energy matrix, but if we do it wrong, she trailed off, not needing to finish the sentence. They both knew the consequences of failure. Marcus pulled up a holographic display, his fingers flying across the interface. I've been running simulations, he said. There's a chance, a slim one, that we can destabilize its core without triggering a full-scale reaction. But it's going to take precision, one wrong move, and he didn't finish the thought. The unspoken words hung in the air between them. Outside, the world continued on, blissfully unaware of the danger lurking beneath its surface. The others were racing against time, desperate to spread the warning before it was too late, but for Elena and Marcus, time had already run out. They were the last line of defense, the final hope for a world teetering on the brink of annihilation. The soldier's words echoed in Elena's mind as she worked. You're signing your death warrant. She couldn't deny the truth in them, but some choices weren't about survival, they were about sacrifice. And if this was the price of saving the world, she was willing to pay it. The artifact's hum grew louder, more insistent, as if it sensed their intentions. Marcus glanced at Elena, his expression grim. Ready, he asked. She nodded, her hands steady despite the fear gnawing at her insides. Together, they began the delicate, dangerous process of dismantling the artifact's core, each movement a gamble with fate. And as the world above braced for the storm, two people stood alone in the dark, holding the line between salvation and oblivion. The room trembled as Elena's fingers danced across the alien console, her breath shallow and quick. The symbols glowed faintly under her touch, but their meaning remained frustratingly out of reach. Marcus stood beside her, his face pale under the eerie light of the artifact. He squinted at the holographic projections swirling above the console, his mind racing through every theory, every scrap of knowledge he'd gathered over years of study. But this wasn't like anything they'd encountered before. The controls were alive, shifting and rearranging themselves as if taunting them. It's like it's resisting us, Elena muttered, her voice barely audible over the low hum of energy filling the chamber. Her hands hovered over a cluster of symbols that pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat. Every time I think I've figured something out, it changes. It's adapting. Marcus wiped sweat from his brow, his eyes darting between the console and the artifact, which now emitted a faint, unsettling vibration. We're running out of time, he said, his voice tight with urgency. If we don't stabilize this thing, the sun won't just explode, it'll collapse. And when it does, the entire solar system will be pulled into its wake. Planets, moons, everything. It'll be like a black hole forming right in front of us. The weight of his words hung in the air, heavy and suffocating. Elena's hands froze mid-motion, her mind grappling with the enormity of what they were facing. She had known the stakes were high, but hearing it spoken aloud made it all too real. The artifact wasn't just a relic of some long-dead civilization, it was a weapon, a failsafe designed to harness the sun's energy, and now it was malfunctioning, threatening to turn their star into a cosmic bomb. We can't let that happen, she said, her voice steady despite the fear clawing at her chest. There has to be a pattern, a logic to this. Maybe it's not about understanding the symbols individually, maybe they're part of a sequence, like a code. Marcus nodded, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the shifting projections. You're right, it's not just about reading them, it's about interpreting them in the right order. But how do we know what that order is? One wrong move, and we could trigger the collapse even faster. As if in response to his words, the artifact let out a sharp, discordant tone, and the light in the room intensified. The holographic symbols began to spin faster, their glow growing brighter and more erratic. Elena shielded her eyes, squinting against the glare as she tried to focus. Her mind raced, piecing together fragments of information, the way the symbols shifted, the faint patterns she'd noticed earlier. Wait, she said suddenly, her voice rising with a spark of hope. What if it's not about the symbols themselves, but how they interact? Look at the way they overlap, there's a rhythm to it, almost like music. Maybe we need to follow that rhythm, like hitting the right notes in a song. Marcus frowned, but his expression quickly shifted to one of cautious optimism. You might be onto something. If we can sync our actions with the artifact's energy flow, we might be able to stabilize it. But we'll need to act fast, and we'll only get one shot at this. The room seemed to hold its breath as the two of them leaned in, their movements synchronized now, their focus razor sharp. Elena's hands moved with a newfound confidence, tracing the patterns as if conducting an orchestra. Marcus watched intently, his own hands poised to intervene if needed. The artifact's light grew brighter, the hum louder, and for a moment, it felt as if the entire universe was holding its breath with them. But just as they began to make progress, the artifact let out a deafening crack, and the room was flooded with a blinding, searing light. The symbols on the console vanished, replaced by a chaotic swirl of energy that threatened to overwhelm them. Elena cried out, shielding her eyes as the light intensified, and Marcus grabbed her arm, pulling her back. "It's destabilizing," he shouted over the noise. "If we don't fix this now, it's over." Their time was up. The artifact was on the brink of collapse, and with it, the fate of the solar system hung in the balance. The air inside the chamber grew thick with tension, the faint hum of the artifact's core escalating into a deafening roar. It was no longer a steady vibration, but a chaotic, pulsating thrum that seemed to resonate in their very bones. Sparks erupted from the artifact's surface, cascading like miniature fireworks in the dim light. The once contained energy now spiraled outward in erratic bursts, casting jagged shadows across the walls. Elena's voice cut through the chaos, sharp and urgent. "We're out of time. We have to trigger the shutdown now." Her words were barely audible over the cacophony, but the fear in her tone was unmistakable. The ground beneath them shuddered violently, as if the earth itself were protesting the artifact's unrestrained power. Cracks spider-webbed across the chamber floor, small fissures that widened with each tremor. Dust and debris rained down from the ceiling, the ancient structure groaning under the strain. Elena's hands flew over the control panel, her movements frantic but precise. The artifact's core was a swirling mass of light now, a maelstrom of energy that seemed to defy the laws of physics. It pulsed brighter with each passing second, threatening to consume everything in its path. "The stabilizers are failing," Marcus shouted, his voice strained as he braced himself against the shaking ground. He glanced at Elena, his expression a mix of determination and dread. "If we don't shut it down in the next 30 seconds, it's going to blow this place, and us straight to oblivion." Elena's fingers hesitated for the briefest moment, her mind racing through the calculations. The artifact's energy signature was unlike anything they'd ever encountered, a chaotic blend of power that seemed to feed on itself. Shutting it down wasn't as simple as flipping a switch. It required a precise sequence of commands, each one timed to counteract the core's escalating energy. One wrong move and the entire system could go critical. The vibrations grew more intense, the hum now a piercing wail that made it hard to think. The artifact's light bathed the chamber in an eerie glow, casting distorted shadows that danced like specters. Elena's heart pounded in her chest, each beat a reminder of the stakes. She glanced at Marcus, who gave her a grim nod. There was no room for doubt now. "Initiate the sequence," she said, her voice steady despite the chaos around them. The control panel lit up, a cascade of lights and symbols that seemed to blur together. Elena's hands moved with practiced efficiency, inputting the commands with a speed born of desperation. The artifact's core responded with a surge of energy, the light intensifying to an almost blinding level. The ground shook harder, the walls of the chamber beginning to buckle under the strain. A deep, resonant crack echoed through the air, like the sound of a mountain splitting in two. Elena's breath caught in her throat as she entered the final command. The artifact's core seemed to hesitate, the energy swirling inward for a moment before erupting outward in a blinding flash. For a heartbeat, everything went silent. The hum, the shaking, the chaos, all of it ceased, replaced by an eerie stillness. Then, with a final, deafening boom, the artifact's core collapsed in on itself, the light fading to a faint glow. The chamber was left in ruins, the walls cracked and the floor littered with debris. Elina slumped against the control panel, her hands trembling as she tried to catch her breath. Marcus was at her side in an instant, his face pale but relieved. "We did it," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "It's over." But as Elina looked at the smoldering remains of the artifact, a cold knot of unease settled in her chest. The artifact was silent now, but something about its stillness felt wrong, like the calm before a storm. She couldn't shake the feeling that they had only delayed the inevitable, and that the artifact's true power was far from spent. The artifact pulsed violently, its light flickering between blinding brilliance and eerie dimness. Marcus glanced at Elina, her face pale but determined as her fingers raced across the control panel. The countdown was underway, but the artifact's instability threatened to derail everything. Without hesitation, Marcus stepped forward, his hands gripping the artifact's jagged edges. The energy coursed through him, searing his skin and rattling his bones, but he held firm. "Marcus, what are you doing?" Elina shouted, her voice trembling with a mix of fear and disbelief. "Buying you time," he replied through gritted teeth, his voice steady despite the agony. "Just finish the sequence, don't stop." The artifact's energy surged again, and Marcus's body convulsed as it absorbed the brunt of the force. His vision blurred, but he focused on the sound of Elina's frantic keystrokes. Each second felt like an eternity, the weight of the artifact's power pressing down on him like a collapsing star. He could feel his strength waning, his grip loosening, but he forced himself to hold on. This was the only way. Elina's voice broke through the chaos, barely audible over the artifact's deafening hum. "I'm almost there, Marcus, just a few more seconds." He nodded, though he wasn't sure if she could see him. His mind raced with thoughts of everything they'd been through, the desperate journey across the ruined earth, the sacrifices of those who'd come before them, the countless lives hanging in the balance. This was the moment it all came down to. The artifact's light began to fade, its energy stabilizing as Marcus absorbed the excess. His knees buckled, but he remained upright, his resolve unshaken. He turned his head slightly, his eyes meeting Elina's. "Tell them what happened here," he whispered, his voice barely audible over the dying hum of the artifact. "Tell them we didn't give up." Elina's eyes filled with tears, but she nodded, her hands never stopping their work. The final keystroke echoed through the chamber, and the artifact's light dimmed completely, leaving only a faint glow where Marcus stood. For a moment there was silence. Then Marcus collapsed, his body crumpling to the floor. Elina rushed to his side, her hands trembling as she cradled his head. "Marcus," she whispered, her voice breaking. "You did it, it's over." He managed a faint smile, his eyes closing as the last of his strength left him. The chamber was eerily quiet now, the artifact's threat neutralized, but the cost had been steep. Elina sat there for a moment, her mind racing. Marcus's final words echoed in her thoughts. "Tell them what happened here." She knew what she had to do. The world needed to know the truth, not just about the artifact, but about the courage and sacrifice that had saved it. As she stood, her gaze fell on the now dormant artifact. It was a reminder of humanity's hubris, but also of its resilience. Marcus had given everything to ensure a future, and she owed it to him to make sure that future was worth the cost. With a deep breath, she turned and walked toward the exit, her steps heavy but purposeful. The journey ahead would be long, but she carried with her the weight of Marcus's sacrifice, and the hope that his story would inspire others to keep fighting, no matter how dark the days ahead might seem. The sun's surface finally stabilizes, its violent outbursts fading into a quiet, almost eerie calm. The once raging solar flares subside, and the massive coronal mass ejections cease, leaving behind a scarred but steady star. For a moment, it feels as though the universe itself has taken a breath, but the damage, the irreversible destruction, has already been done. Earth's atmosphere, once a protective shield against the harshness of space, now lies in tatters. The ionosphere is shredded, the ozone layer nearly obliterated. What remains is a fragile, broken shell, barely capable of sustaining life. Elina, her voice crackling over the radio, reaches out to the scattered pockets of survivors. "It's over," she says, her tone a mix of exhaustion and grim acceptance. "But we've bought ourselves some time." Her words hang heavy in the air, a bittersweet acknowledgement of what has been lost and what little remains. The world they knew is gone, replaced by a barren, hostile landscape where the sun no longer brings warmth, but instead serves as a constant reminder of their vulnerability. The survivors, those who manage to find shelter deep underground or in fortified bunkers, emerge tentatively into a world that feels alien. The sky, once a vibrant blue, is now a pale, sickly hue, streaked with the remnants of solar radiation. The air is thinner, colder, and carries with it a metallic tang that clings to the back of the throat. Crops have withered, rivers have dried up, and the oceans are choked with dead marine life. It's a world on the brink, but it's also a world that refuses to give up. In the aftermath, humanity begins to rebuild, not out of hope, but out of necessity. The survivors band together, pooling what little resources they have left. They scavenge for food, water, and materials, piecing together makeshift shelters and rudimentary tools. Technology, once a symbol of progress, is now a luxury. Solar panels are repurposed to harness the faint energy of the weakened sun, and old-world machinery is cannibalized for parts. It's a slow, grueling process, but it's a start. Elina, now a reluctant leader among the survivors, works tirelessly to organize their efforts. Her voice, once filled with urgency and desperation, now carries a quiet determination. She knows that time is both their greatest ally and their most formidable enemy. The atmosphere, though damaged, still offers some protection, but it's deteriorating by the day. Without a stable ozone layer, harmful ultraviolet radiation penetrates the surface, increasing the risk of cancer and other illnesses. The survivors, already weakened by famine and exposure, face an uphill battle just to stay alive. Yet, amid the devastation, there are glimmers of resilience. Communities form, bound together by shared hardship and the need to survive. Stories are told around flickering campfires, not just of the catastrophe that brought them here, but of the world that once was. Children, born into this harsh new reality, listen wide-eyed as their elders describe cities that touched the sky, forests teeming with life, and oceans that stretched as far as the eye could see. These stories, though tinged with sorrow, serve as a reminder of what humanity is capable of both in destruction and in rebuilding. Elina's radio broadcasts become a lifeline, a source of both information and comfort. She shares updates on the progress of rebuilding efforts, offers advice on how to purify water or grow food in irradiated soil, and most importantly, reminds the survivors that they are not alone. "We've lost so much," she says one evening, her voice steady but tinged with emotion. "But we're still here, and as long as we're here, there's still a chance." For us, for the future, the world begins to rebuild, not as it was, but as it must be. It's a slow, painstaking process, marked by setbacks and small victories. But with each passing day, the survivors grow stronger, more resilient. They adapt to their new reality, finding ways to thrive in a world that has been forever changed. And though the sun no longer shines as it once did, it still rises each morning, a silent witness to humanity's enduring will to survive. The heavy steel doors of the underground bunkers creaked open, their hinges groaning as if reluctant to reveal the world above. Elina stepped up first, shielding her eyes with her hand. The air was thick with ash, a fine grey powder that coated everything like a funeral shroud. The landscape stretched before her, a wasteland of scorched earth and skeletal trees, their blackened branches clawing at the sky. The sun hung low on the horizon, a dim, angry red orb that seemed to pulse like a wounded heart. It was no longer the warm, life-giving star they had once known. It was a predator, a reminder of the cataclysm that had reshaped the world. Behind her, the survivors began to emerge, their faces pale and gaunt from months spent underground. They coughed and squinted, unaccustomed to the harsh light and the acrid smell of burnt wood and ozone. A child, no older than 6, tugged at Elena's sleeve. His voice was small, trembling with a mix of fear and curiosity. "Is the sun still our friend?" he asked, his wide eyes fixed on the crimson glow above. Elena knelt, her knees sinking into the ash-covered ground. She placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, her touch firm but gentle. "I don't know," she admitted, her voice steady despite the weight of her words. "But we'll figure it out together." She glanced back at the horizon, where the sun's light seemed to flicker like a dying flame. The fight wasn't over. Not by a long shot. The survivors gathered around her, a ragged group of men, women, and children who had endured the unthinkable. They were engineers, teachers, farmers, and scientists, ordinary people, thrust into an extraordinary nightmare. Their bunkers had saved them from the initial blast, but now they faced a new challenge, a world that no longer welcomed them. The soil was barren, the rivers dry, and the air itself felt heavy with the weight of what had been lost. Yet, amidst the desolation, there was a spark of defiance. They had survived, and survival, Elena knew, was just the beginning. She stood, brushing the ash from her hands. "We need to move," she said, her voice carrying over the whispers of the group. "There's a facility to the north, a research station. If anyone's left, if there's anything left, that's where we'll find it." Her words were met with silence, but the nods of agreement told her everything she needed to know. They would follow her, not because they had no choice, but because they believed in her. Because they believed in each other. As they began their trek across the scorched earth, the child walked beside Elena, his small hand clutching hers. He didn't speak again, but his presence was a quiet reminder of what they were fighting for. Not just survival, but a future, a world where the sun could once again be a friend, not a foe. Elena's gaze never wavered from the horizon. The fight wasn't over, and she would never stop fighting. The ocean floor stretched endlessly beneath the dim glow of the submersible's lights, a vast expanse of darkness broken only by the occasional flicker of bioluminescent life. Elena adjusted the controls, her eyes scanning the sonar display as the machine descended deeper into the abyss. The pressure gauge ticked upward and her breath quickened, not from fear but from anticipation. She had followed the coordinates meticulously, tracing the faint signal that had appeared on her equipment just days ago. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a pulse of energy unlike anything she had ever encountered. As the submersible touched down on the seabed, a cloud of sediment swirled around her, obscuring her view for a moment. She waited, her fingers hovering over the controls, until the water cleared. There it was, a structure half buried in the sand, its surface smooth and metallic, untouched by the corrosive effects of salt water. Elena's heart raced as she maneuvered the robotic arm toward it, her movements precise and deliberate. The artifact was larger than the first, its design more intricate, with patterns that seemed to shift and twist under the light. She muttered to herself, her voice barely audible through the helmet's comms. "This isn't random." This was planned. The artifact emitted a low hum as the robotic arm made contact, a vibration that resonated through the submersible and sent a shiver down her spine. She recorded every detail, every measurement, her mind racing with possibilities. The symbols etched into its surface matched those from the first artifact, but there was something more, a series of interconnected lines that resembled a map or a network. Elena's breath caught in her throat as she realized what she was looking at. This wasn't just another relic, it was a piece of something much larger, a puzzle that stretched far beyond the ocean floor. Her thoughts turned to the warnings she had uncovered in the archives, the cryptic messages about an ancient civilization that had harnessed unimaginable power, and the price they had paid for it. She had dismissed them as myth, as the ramblings of a long-dead culture, but now, staring at the artifact, she couldn't shake the feeling that those warnings were anything but fiction. The hum grew louder, a sound that seemed to echo in her mind, and she quickly secured the artifact in the submersible storage compartment. As she prepared to ascend, her gaze lingered on the sonar display. The signal wasn't isolated. There were others, faint but unmistakable, scattered across the globe. The weight of her discovery settled over her as the submersible rose toward the surface. She muttered under her breath, her voice tinged with a mix of awe and dread. This was just the beginning, they're still out there. The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. She had uncovered a fragment of a mystery that spanned continents and epochs, a mystery that was far from over. As the submersible broke the surface, the world above seemed eerily calm, unaware of the storm that was gathering beneath the waves. Elena knew better. The artifacts were a warning, a beacon pointing toward a threat that had been lying dormant for millennia. And now, as the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, the world braced itself for what was to come. The atmosphere in the lab was electric, a tense hum of machinery and hushed voices filling the air. Elena stood at the center of it all, her eyes fixed on the massive monitor displaying the artifact's readings. For weeks, they had been studying it, trying to decode its secrets, but now something had changed. The artifact, once dormant, had begun to pulse with a faint, rhythmic energy. And then it happened, a signal, cutting through the static of deep space, reaching Earth with a clarity that sent shivers down every spine in the room. The signal matched the artifact's frequency, a perfect harmonic resonance that defied coincidence. Dr. Keating, the lead astrophysicist, froze mid-sentence, his face pale as he stared at the data streaming across the screen. This can't be, he murmured, his voice barely audible, then louder, almost a whisper, but heavy with dread. They're coming back. The words hung in the air like a storm cloud, thick and ominous. Elena's stomach churned as she processed what he meant. The artifact, the signal, it wasn't just a relic of some ancient civilization. It was a beacon, a call to something far beyond their understanding. And now that something had answered, she clenched her fists, her mind racing. This wasn't just about survival anymore. It was about preparation, about understanding what, or who, was out there. The artifact had already proven its destructive potential, capable of destabilizing the sun and bringing humanity to its knees. But this signal, it was different. It carried an intelligence, a purpose, and if Dr. Keating was right, that purpose was tied to the artifact in ways they had only begun to fathom. Elena turned to the team, her voice steady but urgent. We need to trace the origin of that signal, now. If this is a warning, or worse, an announcement, we have to know what we're dealing with. The room erupted into motion, scientists and engineers scrambling to recalibrate their equipment, their faces a mix of fear and determination. As the team worked, Elena found herself drawn back to the artifact. It sat in its containment chamber, glowing faintly, as if alive. She couldn't shake the feeling that it was watching her, waiting. The signal had changed everything. It wasn't just a tool or a weapon, it was a message, and the message was clear. Humanity was no longer alone in the universe. But what did that mean? Were they facing an enemy, or something beyond comprehension? The artifact had already shown its capacity for destruction, but the signal suggested a level of sophistication, a level of intent that went far beyond random chaos. Elena's thoughts turned to the sun, still unstable, still threatening to tear their world apart. Was this all connected? Was the artifact just the beginning of something much larger? She shook her head, forcing herself to focus. There was no time for speculation. The signal was real, and it had reached Earth. Whatever was coming, they had to be ready. Elena began to outline a plan, her mind sharp and focused. They needed to analyze the signal, decode its patterns, and prepare for whatever, or whoever, was on the other end. But deep down, she knew this wasn't just a scientific challenge. It was a battle, one that would test not just their technology, but their courage, their unity, their humanity. The artifact had already brought them to the brink of extinction. Now, with the signal, the stakes had risen to unimaginable heights. Elena took a deep breath, steadying herself. The fight wasn't over, it had only just begun. As the sun's erratic behavior grew more dangerous, governments around the world realized that their fractured efforts were no longer enough. The threat was global, and the response had to be as well. In an unprecedented move, nations set aside centuries-old rivalries and grievances, coming together to form the Global Solar Defense Initiative, or GSDI. The stakes were clear: humanity was facing extinction, and no single country could survive alone. The leader of the GSDI, a former military strategist turned diplomat, addressed the world in a somber yet resolute speech. "We either stand together or die alone," she declared, her voice echoing across every screen and speaker on the planet. It was a call to unity that resonated deeply, but it came with a harsh reality: resources were scarce and time was running out. The formation of the GSDI marked a turning point in human history. For the first time, nations pooled their scientific expertise, military technology, and economic power into a single, coordinated effort. Laboratories in one country shared breakthroughs with researchers halfway across the globe. Engineers from rival nations worked side by side, designing solar shields and energy redistribution systems. Even nations with strained diplomatic ties contributed what they could, recognizing that survival was more important than pride, but the challenges were immense. The sun's instability had already caused massive disruptions to agriculture, energy grids, and global supply chains. Food and water shortages were becoming widespread, and the infrastructure needed to build the necessary defenses was crumbling under the strain. The GSDI's first major project was the construction of a network of solar deflectors, massive satellites, designed to redirect the sun's deadly radiation away from Earth. These deflectors required rare materials, advanced manufacturing techniques, and a level of precision that had never been attempted on such a scale. Factories worked around the clock, but progress was slow. Every delay felt like a countdown to disaster. Meanwhile, the psychological toll was mounting. Fear and uncertainty gripped the population, and protests erupted in some regions as people demanded answers and action. The GSDI leaders knew they had to balance transparency with hope, sharing updates on their progress while acknowledging the enormity of the task ahead. In the midst of this global effort, personal stories of sacrifice and courage began to emerge. A group of scientists in a remote Arctic facility worked tirelessly, despite dwindling supplies and freezing temperatures, to perfect the deflector technology. A young engineer in India, inspired by the GSDI mission, developed a breakthrough in energy efficiency that saved precious time and resources. And in cities around the world, ordinary people volunteered to help in any way they could, from distributing food to repairing damaged infrastructure. These acts of unity and resilience became symbols of humanity's determination to survive, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Yet, as the GSDI efforts intensified, so did the sun's wrath. Solar flares grew more frequent and intense, causing widespread blackouts and communication failures. The deflectors, still incomplete, were tested to their limits, and sometimes beyond. Each setback was a reminder of how fragile the balance was and how close humanity was to the brink, but the GSDI leader remained steadfast, urging the world to hold on. "We are not just fighting for ourselves," she said in one of her many addresses. "We are fighting for the future of our species, for the children who will inherit this planet. And we will not let them down." As the days turned into weeks, the GSDI progress began to show results. The first deflector was launched into orbit, and though it was a small victory, it was a crucial one. It proved that humanity could still innovate, still adapt, even in the face of an existential threat. But the question remained, would it be enough? The sun's fury showed no signs of abating, and the resources needed to complete the network of deflectors were dwindling. The world watched and waited, united in purpose but divided by fear. The battle for survival was far from over, and the cost of failure was unthinkable. The deep-sea submersible groaned under the immense pressure as it descended into the inky blackness of the ocean. Inside, Elena adjusted her headset, her voice steady but firm. "Stay sharp, everyone. We don't know what we're walking into." The crew, a mix of scientists and engineers, exchanged uneasy glances. The tension was palpable, a heavy weight pressing down on them almost as much as the water outside. One of the engineers, a seasoned veteran named Marcus, muttered under his breath, "This feels like a trap." His words hung in the air, unspoken but undeniable. No one dared to respond. The artifact had been detected weeks earlier, its energy signature eerily similar to the one found in the desert ruins. But this time, it was buried beneath miles of ocean, its location shrouded in secrecy. Elena had argued that the mission was too risky, but the urgency of the situation left no room for hesitation. The sun's erratic behavior was accelerating, and every lead, no matter how dangerous, had to be pursued. As the submersible plunged deeper, the outside world faded into a void. The only light came from the craft's powerful beams, cutting through the darkness like a knife. Strange shapes loomed in the distance, ancient rock formations, long-forgotten shipwrecks, and the occasional flicker of bioluminescent life, but none of it distracted Elena. Her focus was on the readings streaming across her console. The artifact's signal grew stronger with every passing minute, a pulsing rhythm that seemed to echo in the crew's chests. Marcus broke the silence again, his voice low. "You ever get the feeling we're being watched?" He stared out the reinforced glass, his eyes scanning the abyss. The others shifted uncomfortably. It wasn't just the darkness that unnerved them. It was the sense of something ancient, something far beyond human comprehension, lurking just out of sight. Elena didn't answer. She couldn't shake the feeling that Marcus was right. The submersible finally reached the ocean floor, its landing stirring up clouds of sediment. The crew donned their pressure suits, each movement deliberate and cautious. As the hatch opened, the cold, oppressive weight of the deep sea pressed in. Elena stepped out first, her boots sinking into the soft silt. The artifact was close, its signal now a constant hum in her helmet's audio feed. She motioned for the others to follow, her heart pounding as they moved toward the source. What they found was unlike anything they had anticipated. The artifact wasn't buried, it was embedded in the side of a massive, metallic structure, its surface covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shift and change under their lights. "This isn't natural," one of the scientists whispered, awe and fear mingling in their voice. Elena approached the structure, her hand hovering over its surface. The carvings pulsed faintly, as if alive. Marcus's voice crackled over the comms. "We need to get out of here, now." But it was too late. The ground beneath them shuddered, and the structure began to emit a low, resonant tone. The crew froze, their instincts screaming at them to run, but curiosity held them in place. Elena's mind raced. This wasn't just an artifact. It was a warning, a message left by something far older and far more powerful than humanity. And now, they had awakened it. The lights from the submersible flickered, and the artifact's hum grew louder, drowning out all other sounds. Elena turned to her team, her voice urgent. "Back to the sub, we're not equipped for this." But as they retreated, the structure began to unfold, its metallic plates shifting and sliding like the pieces of a colossal puzzle. The ocean floor trembled, and for the first time, Elena felt a surge of genuine fear. They had come seeking answers, but what they found might be more than they could handle. As the submersible began its ascent, the crew watched in stunned silence as the structure continued to transform, its true purpose still a mystery. Marcus's earlier words echoed in Elena's mind. "This feels like a trap." And now, as the artifact's hum reverberated through the craft, she couldn't help but wonder if they had already stepped into it. The air grew heavy, thick with a metallic tang that made every breath feel like swallowing liquid fire. The underwater artifact, now fully activated, pulsed with an eerie, otherworldly glow, casting jagged shadows across the cavern walls. Its surface rippled like molten glass, and the low hum it emitted seemed to vibrate deep within their bones. Elina stepped closer, her boots sinking into the soft silt of the cavern floor, her eyes locked on the artifact. "This is how they travel," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum. "We have to close it before they invade." The team exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of her words settling over them like a suffocating blanket. Marcus adjusted the grip on his weapon, his knuckles white, while Dr. Lynn adjusted her glasses, her fingers trembling slightly as she held up a scanner. The readings were off the charts, anomalies in energy, space, and time that defied everything they knew about physics. "This isn't just a portal," she murmured. "It's a bridge to somewhere, or something we can't possibly understand." The artifact's glow intensified, and the cavern seemed to shift around them, the walls warping as if reality itself were bending. A faint, rhythmic sound began to echo through the chamber, like a heartbeat amplified 1,000 times. It was coming from the portal. "We don't have much time," Elena said, her voice steady despite the fear in her eyes. "If this thing opens fully, there's no telling what might come through." Marcus stepped forward, his jaw clenched. "What's the plan? Do we destroy it?" "Shut it down." His voice was sharp, the tension in it mirroring the tension in the air. Elena hesitated, her mind racing. "I don't know," she admitted. "But we can't just stand here and wait for whatever's on the other side to find us." She turned to Dr. Lynn. "Can we overload it, use the energy from the artifact against itself?" Dr. Lynn frowned, her fingers flying over the scanner. "Maybe, if we can destabilize the energy field, it might collapse the portal, but it's risky. If we miscalculate, we could trigger a chain reaction that tears this whole cavern apart, or worse, creates an even bigger breach." The rhythmic sound grew louder, more insistent, and the artifact's surface began to ripple more violently, as if something were pushing against it from the other side. Elena's heart pounded in her chest, her instincts screaming at her to act. "We don't have a choice," she said firmly. "We either take the risk now, or we face whatever comes through that portal." "And I don't think we're ready for that," Marcus nodded, his expression grim. "Then let's do it. Lynn, tell us what you need." Dr. Lynn quickly explained the plan, her words clipped and urgent. They would need to recalibrate the artifact's energy flow, redirecting it back into itself in a controlled burst. It would take precision, coordination, and a lot of luck. As the team scrambled to prepare, the air around them grew colder, the metallic tang replaced by a scent that was sharp and alien, like ozone mixed with something unrecognizable. The portal's surface began to crackle, thin tendrils of light arcing out like lightning, and the rhythmic sound grew into a deafening roar. Elena's hands shook as she worked, her mind racing with the possibilities of what might happen if they failed. But there was no time for doubt. The artifact was their only hope and their greatest threat. As the team braced themselves for the final step, the portal's surface suddenly bulged, as if something immense was pressing against it. A low, guttural growl emanated from within, sending a chill down Elena's spine. "Now," she shouted, her voice cutting through the chaos. "Do it now." The cavern exploded with light as the artifact's energy surged, the portal's surface writhing like a living thing. For a moment, it seemed as though the entire world had stopped, suspended in a single, breathless instant. And then, with a deafening crack, the artifact shattered, the portal collapsing in on itself in a blinding flash of light. The silence that followed was deafening. The cavern plunged into darkness once more. Elena slowly lowered her hands, her breath coming in shallow gasps. "Did it work?" Marcus asked, his voice barely audible. Before anyone could answer, a faint, distant sound echoed through the cavern, a sound that sent a shiver through them all. It was the rhythmic beat again, faint but unmistakable, and it wasn't coming from the artifact anymore. It was coming from somewhere deeper in the cavern. Elena's blood ran cold. "We didn't close it," she whispered. "We only delayed it." The team exchanged horrified glances, the weight of her words sinking in. Whatever was on the other side of that portal, it was still out there, and it was coming. The air in the lab grew thick with tension, the hum of machinery now a frantic, uneven pulse. The portal, once a shimmering gateway of light, flickered erratically, its edges fraying like a threadbare tapestry. Beneath it, the ocean floor groaned, the weight of the destabilizing energy creating cracks that spiderwebbed outward, threatening to unleash a catastrophic collapse. Pressure readings are off the charts. One technician called out, their voice trembling. The monitors flashed red alarms blaring in a cacophony that echoed through the room. The team scrambled, their movements sharp and urgent, but beneath the chaos, a grim realization settled in. They were losing control. Dr. Elena Voss, the lead scientist, clenched her fists as she studied the data streaming across the screens. Her usually calm demeanor cracked under the strain. The containment field is failing, she said, her voice low but urgent. If we don't seal it now, the entire structure will collapse and take the ocean floor with it. Her words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The portal wasn't just a scientific marvel, it was a ticking time bomb. The energy it harnessed was immense, and now, without proper containment, it threatened to tear through the Earth's crust like paper. The team had known the risks, of course, but the reality of it, the sheer scale of destruction looming over them, was something no simulation could have prepared them for. "Seal it now," shouted Dr. Voss, her voice cutting through the din. Her command was met with a flurry of activity. Engineers and technicians darted between consoles, their hands flying over controls as they worked to stabilize the system. But the portal resisted, its energy surging in unpredictable bursts. Each pulse sent shockwaves through the lab, rattling equipment and sending sparks flying from overloaded circuits. In the midst of the chaos, a junior scientist, Marcus, hesitated. His hand hovered over a critical switch, his face pale. "If we seal it prematurely, the feedback could destroy the entire facility," he stammered. Dr. Voss turned to him, her eyes blazing with determination. "And if we don't, it'll destroy everything. We don't have a choice." The team pressed on, their movements synchronized in a desperate dance against time. The portal's instability grew with each passing second, its light now a blinding, erratic strobe. The ocean floor beneath them shuddered violently, a deep, guttural rumble that seemed to come from the very core of the planet. 30 seconds to critical failure, another technician yelled, their voice barely audible over the alarms. Dr. Voss's mind raced. They had trained for this scenario, but the margin for error was razor thin. One misstep, one miscalculation, and the consequences would be unimaginable. She glanced at Marcus, who was still frozen in place. "Trust the data," she said, her tone softening just enough to cut through his fear. "We've got this." With a shaky nod, Marcus flipped the switch. The room seemed to hold its breath as the containment protocols activated. The portal's light dimmed, its edges folding inward as the energy was forced back into the containment field. But the strain was evident. The machinery groaned under the pressure, and the cracks in the ocean floor continued to spread. "Hold it together," Dr. Voss muttered, her eyes fixed on the monitors. The seconds stretched into an eternity, each one a battle against the inevitable. And then, just as the tension reached its breaking point, the portal's light flickered one final time and vanished. The room fell silent, the alarms fading into a distant hum. For a moment, no one moved, the weight of what they just accomplished sinking in. The portal was sealed, the ocean floor stabilized for now. But the victory was bittersweet. The cost of their success was written on their faces, a reminder of how close they'd come to losing everything. Dr. Voss exhaled slowly, her shoulders sagging with relief. "Good work, everyone," she said, her voice steady but laced with exhaustion. "But this isn't over. We need to figure out what went wrong and make sure it never happens again." The team nodded, their resolve hardening even as fatigue set in. The threat had been averted, but the battle was far from won. And as they began the painstaking process of analyzing the data, one question lingered in the air, unspoken but palpable. What had they unleashed, and could they truly contain it? The tension in the underwater facility reached a breaking point as Elena stared at the artifact, its malicious glow pulsating with an otherworldly energy. The portal it had opened was widening, threatening to unleash horrors beyond comprehension. The team had come so far, risking everything to stop the ancient force from breaking through, but now the cost was higher than any of them had imagined. Elena knew what had to be done, even if it meant sacrificing their only way out. With a steady hand, she adjusted the controls on the artifact, her mind racing through the consequences of her decision. The facility was already crumbling under the strain of the portal's energy, and the water pressure outside was relentless. If she sealed the portal now, the artifact would implode, taking the facility, and the team, with it. There was no other way. She glanced at her teammates, their faces a mix of fear and determination. They had trusted her to lead, to make the hard choices, and she wouldn't let them down. Elena's voice crackled over the radio, calm but resolute. "We did what we had to do. Tell the world we stopped them." Her words were met with silence, a heavy acknowledgement of the gravity of the moment. The artifact began to destabilize, its light flickering erratically. The portal shuddered, its edges collapsing inward as the artifact's energy turned on itself. The team braced for the inevitable, knowing there was no escape, no way back to the surface. The implosion was sudden and violent, a blinding flash of light followed by a deafening roar as the facility was consumed. Water rushed in, filling every corridor, every room, but Elena's sacrifice had worked. The portal was sealed, the ancient force trapped once more in the void. The world above would never know the full extent of what had happened, only that the threat had been neutralized. As the darkness closed in, Elena's thoughts turned to the world they had saved. She hoped their story would be told, that someone would find the recordings, the data, and piece together the truth. They had given everything to protect humanity, to ensure that the horrors they had faced would never reach the surface. In those final moments, there was a strange sense of peace. The mission was complete, the cost unimaginable, but the world was safe. Above the waves, the ocean churned, a silent witness to the sacrifice below. The team was gone, their names lost to the depths, but their legacy would endure. They had faced the unimaginable and made the ultimate choice, sealing the portal and saving the world from a fate worse than death. The artifact was destroyed, its power extinguished, but the echoes of their courage would ripple through time, a reminder of what it means to stand against the darkness. The radio signal faded to static, the last trace of Elena's voice swallowed by the void. Somewhere, in the vastness of the ocean, the remnants of the facility settled into the abyss, a tomb for those who had given everything. The world above carried on, unaware of the battle that had been fought and the price that had been paid. But somewhere, in the quiet of the night, a whisper of their sacrifice lingered, a testament to the strength of those who dare to face the unknown. The rescue ship descended through the ash-choked sky, its engines humming faintly against the eerie silence that had settled over the ruins of what was once a thriving city. The team, battered and bruised, huddled together on the rooftop, their faces streaked with soot and exhaustion. Relief washed over them as the ship's doors opened, revealing a crew of rescuers who had braved the chaos to retrieve them. But even as they were ushered aboard, the air was heavy with unspoken grief. Elena stood apart, her gaze fixed on the horizon where the sun had once risen. She barely registered the cheers of the crew or the backslaps of gratitude from her teammates. Her mind was elsewhere, replaying the choices she had made, the lives she had saved, and the ones she had lost. As the ship lifted off, the team was given medical attention, warm blankets, and the first real meal they'd had in days. But Elena couldn't eat. She stared at the food, her hands trembling as she clenched them into fists. The captain of the rescue team approached her, offering a solemn nod. "You did it," he said, his voice tinged with awe. "The world is calling you a hero." Elena's lips pressed into a thin line. She didn't feel like a hero. She felt like a survivor, burdened by the weight of decisions that had cost too much. "We stopped them," she murmured, almost to herself. But at what cost? The celebrations began almost immediately. News outlets across the globe broadcast the team's return, hailing them as saviors of humanity. Footage of Elena leading the mission played on loop, her face becoming a symbol of hope in a world that had teetered on the brink of annihilation. Crowds gathered in the streets, cheering and waving banners that bore her name. Governments declared holidays in her honor, and children whispered her name like a legend. But Elena couldn't escape the memories, the faces of those who hadn't made it, the sacrifices that had been necessary to secure victory. She had done what she had to do, but the price was etched into her soul. One night, as the celebrations raged on outside her window, Elena slipped out of the safe house where the team was being kept. She wandered through the streets, the sounds of laughter and music a stark contrast to the storm inside her. She found herself standing before a memorial that had been erected for the fallen, a towering structure of stone and steel, engraved with the names of those who had given their lives. Her fingers traced the cold surface, lingering on the names she had known, the friends she had lost. "I'm sorry," she whispered, her voice breaking. "I did what I thought was right, but I wish there had been another way." The weight of leadership had never been heavier. Elena had always been the one to make the hard calls, to bear the responsibility when others couldn't. But this time, the cost felt unbearable. She thought about the families of those who had died, the children who would grow up without parents, the communities that would never recover. She thought about the survivors, scarred and broken, trying to rebuild their lives in a world that would never be the same. And she thought about herself, wondering if she could ever forgive herself for the choices she had made. Back at the safe house, the team noticed her absence. One by one, they went looking for her, drawn by an unspoken understanding of what she must be feeling. They found her at the memorial, standing in silence as tears streamed down her face. No one said a word. They simply stood beside her, their presence a quiet reminder that she wasn't alone. Together, they mourned the lives that had been lost and the future that had been irrevocably changed. And in that moment, Elena realized that while the cost had been high, the fight had been worth it. The world still had a chance, and that was something to hold on to. As the first light of dawn broke over the horizon, Elena took a deep breath and turned to her team. "We'll rebuild," she said, her voice steady despite the ache in her chest. "Not just the cities, but ourselves. We'll honor their sacrifice by making sure their deaths weren't in vain." The team nodded, their resolve reignited. The road ahead would be long and difficult, but they would face it together. And as they walked back to the safe house, the weight on Elena's shoulders felt just a little lighter. The world might see her as a hero, but she knew the truth. She was just a person, doing her best to carry on in a world that demanded so much, and sometimes that was enough. As the dust settled from the chaos on Earth, humanity's focus shifted once again to the moon. A third artifact had been discovered, buried deep within the lunar surface, and it was unlike anything seen before. Its surface pulsed with an eerie, rhythmic glow, as if it were alive, or perhaps waiting. The discovery sent shockwaves through the scientific community and rekindled fears of what was to come. Dr. Elena Vasquez, the lead astrophysicist on the lunar research team, was the first to sound the alarm. "This isn't just another relic," she said, her voice trembling with both awe and dread. "It's a signal. They're not done with us yet." The artifact's design was unlike the previous two. While the first had been a cold, metallic monolith and the second a chaotic tangle of alien machinery, this one seemed to blend both elements into something disturbingly organic. Its surface rippled like liquid metal, yet it emitted a low hum that resonated through the moon's thin atmosphere. Every attempt to analyze it ended in failure. Probes malfunctioned, scanners returned garbled data, and even physical contact caused strange, violent reactions. One researcher described the experience as touching a sleeping beast, and the team quickly realized that this artifact was far more than a mere object. It was active, and it was waiting for something or someone. Back on Earth, the discovery reignited debates about humanity's next steps. Some argued for an immediate evacuation of the moon, fearing that the artifact could trigger a catastrophic event. Others, however, saw it as an opportunity, a chance to finally understand the alien threat and perhaps turn the tide. Dr. Vasquez, however, was less optimistic. "We're not dealing with a passive force here," she warned during a tense briefing with global leaders. "This artifact isn't just a warning, it's a countdown. And we don't know how much time we have left." Her words hung heavy in the air as humanity braced for what felt like an inevitable confrontation. The artifact's presence on the moon suggested that the aliens had not abandoned their plans for Earth. If anything, their strategy seemed to be evolving. The first artifact had been a test, probing humanity's defenses. The second had been a weapon, designed to destabilize and destroy. But this third artifact, it was something else entirely, a harbinger of a new phase in the conflict, one that humanity was woefully unprepared for. As the world watched, the artifact began to change. Its glow intensified and the hum grew louder, vibrating through the lunar surface and even reaching Earth's observatories. Satellite images showed strange patterns forming on its surface, almost like glyphs or symbols, though no one could decipher their meaning. Some speculated that it was a message, while others feared it was a trigger. Either way, the implications were terrifying. Humanity's best minds worked around the clock to decode the artifact's signals, but progress was slow, and time was running out. In the midst of this growing tension, a small but determined group of scientists, engineers, and military strategists began preparing for what they believed would be the final showdown. Their plan was audacious, bordering on reckless. They would attempt to activate the artifact themselves, hoping to gain control of its power before the aliens could use it against Earth. It was a gamble, but as Dr. Vasquez put it, "We've run out of options. This is our last stand." The stakes couldn't have been higher. Humanity's survival hinged on their ability to outthink an enemy that had already proven itself far more advanced and far more ruthless. As the world held its breath, the team on the moon prepared to make their move, knowing that failure would mean the end of everything they had ever known. The artifact pulsed ominously in the background, a silent reminder that the clock was ticking, and somewhere, out in the vast emptiness of space, the aliens watched and waited, their intentions as inscrutable as the artifact itself. The lunar module hummed softly as Elina strapped herself into the command seat, her fingers trembling slightly over the controls. Outside the thick, reinforced windows, the Earth hung like a fragile blue jewel, its beauty marred by the faint, ominous glow of the sun's unrest. She glanced at the crew behind her. 6 of the most brilliant minds humanity had left, each one carrying the weight of billions on their shoulders. They had trained for this moment, but no simulation could prepare them for the gravity of what lay ahead. The artifact on the moon was no longer just a mystery, it was a ticking time bomb, and they were the last line of defense. As the engines roared to life, Elena's thoughts drifted to the chaos they'd left behind. Cities were crumbling under the relentless heat, oceans boiling away, and entire populations fleeing to underground bunkers that offered little more than a temporary reprieve. The artifact, discovered decades ago but never fully understood, had begun emitting strange, erratic signals. Scientists theorized it was somehow linked to the sun's instability, but no one could say for sure. What they did know was that if the signals continued to escalate, the sun's explosion would be inevitable. This mission wasn't just a gamble, it was humanity's final roll of the dice. The crew remained silent as the module ascended, the vibrations of the launch rattling their bones. Only one voice broke the tension, low and steady, cutting through the noise. It was Dr. Malik, the team's astrophysicist, his words barely audible over the roar of the engines. "This is it," he said, his gaze fixed on the shrinking Earth. "Win or lose, it ends here." The weight of his words hung in the air, a grim reminder of what was at stake. There was no backup plan, no second chance. If they failed, the sun would consume everything. As they breached the atmosphere and the stars came into view, Elena felt a strange mix of awe and dread. The moon loomed ahead, its pockmarked surface bathed in eerie sunlight. The artifact, buried deep within a crater near the lunar South Pole, had been dormant for centuries until now. Recent scans showed it was active, pulsing with an energy that defied explanation. Some speculated it was a remnant of an ancient, advanced civilization, while others believed it was a natural phenomenon unlike anything humanity had ever encountered. Whatever it was, it held the key to their survival or their doom. The module touched down with a soft thud, the landing struts sinking slightly into the fine lunar dust. Elina unstrapped herself and moved to the airlock, her breath fogging the visor of her helmet. She glanced at the crew, their faces illuminated by the soft glow of the control panels. "We've trained for this," she said, her voice steady despite the knot in her stomach. "We know what's at stake. Let's make every second count." One by one, they followed her out, their boots crunching against the lunar surface as they made their way toward the crater. The artifact was unlike anything they'd seen before, a massive, metallic structure covered in intricate carvings that seemed to shift and change as they approached. It was as if the artifact was alive, reacting to their presence. Elena's heart pounded as she reached out to touch it, her gloved hand brushing against the cold, smooth surface. A low hum filled the air, vibrating through their suits and into their bones. The team exchanged uneasy glances, but there was no turning back now. They had to deactivate it, or risk everything. As they began their work, the artifact's energy grew stronger, the carvings glowing brighter with each passing moment. Time was running out, and the sun's instability was only getting worse. Elena knew their mission was more than just a scientific endeavor. It was a desperate plea for salvation. The fate of humanity rested in their hands, and failure was not an option. The air inside the cavernous chamber was thick with tension, the faint hum of alien machinery echoing off the jagged walls. The team moved cautiously, their steps muffled by the soft, metallic floor beneath them. Ahead, the moon artifact glowed faintly, its surface pulsing with an otherworldly energy, but between them and their objective stood a swarm of alien drones, their sleek, angular forms hovering silently, their glowing red sensors scanning the room with unnerving precision. Elena tightened her grip on her weapon, her knuckles white against the cool metal. "Stay sharp," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the low hum. "They're not going to let us walk out of here with that thing." The first drone moved suddenly, its movements sharp and mechanical, like a predator zeroing in on its prey. A beam of searing light shot from its core, narrowly missing Alex as he dove behind a jagged outcropping of rock. "They've seen us," he shouted, his voice tinged with both fear and determination. The team scrambled into cover, their training kicking in as they assessed the situation. The drones were fast, their movements almost too precise to predict, but they weren't invincible. Elena's mind raced, her years of tactical experience guiding her next move. "We need to take them out one by one," she called out, her voice steady despite the chaos. "Aim for their sensors, it's their weak point." The battle erupted in a frenzy of light and sound. Beams of energy crisscrossed the chamber, illuminating the dark walls in flashes of red and blue. Elena's team moved with precision, their shots calculated and deliberate. One by one, the drones began to falter, their glowing sensors shattering under the relentless assault. But for every drone they downed, two more seemed to take its place. "We can't keep this up forever," shouted Marcus, his voice strained as he reloaded his weapon. "There's too many of them." Elena's eyes darted to the artifact, its glow growing brighter as if reacting to the chaos around it. She knew they were running out of time. "We can't let them stop us," she yelled, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade. "This is for Earth." Her words seemed to ignite something in the team, a renewed sense of purpose that pushed them forward despite the overwhelming odds. The drones closed in, their movements becoming more aggressive, more desperate. Elena ducked behind a crumbling pillar, her breath coming in short, ragged gasps. She glanced at her team, their faces etched with determination. They were battered, bruised, but far from broken. "On my mark," she said, her voice low but firm. We charged the artifact, no hesitation. The team nodded, their resolve unwavering. In unison, they burst from their cover, their weapons blazing as they made a desperate push toward the glowing relic. The drones swarmed around them, their beams narrowly missing as the team weaved through the chaos. Elena's heart pounded in her chest, her focus razor sharp as she led the charge. As they reached the artifact, Elena's hand hovered over its surface, the energy radiating from it sending a shiver down her spine. But before she could make contact, a massive drone descended from above, its size dwarfing the others. Its core glowed with an intensity that made the air around it crackle with static. "This ends now," Elena muttered under her breath, her eyes locking onto the drone's sensor. With a swift motion, she raised her weapon and fired, the shot striking true. The drone shuddered, its light flickering before it exploded in a burst of energy, sending a shockwave through the chamber. The team shielded their eyes as the dust settled, the silence that followed almost deafening. They had done it, the artifact was within their grasp, but as Elena reached out to claim it, a faint tremor rippled through the floor beneath them, a reminder that their fight was far from over. The room grew eerily silent as the artifact began to hum, a low, resonant vibration that seemed to ripple through the air itself. Its surface, once dull and unremarkable, now shimmered with an otherworldly glow. Tiny, intricate symbols etched into its metallic shell pulsed with light, as if awakening from a long slumber. Elena's breath hitched as she took a step back, her eyes fixed on the artifact. "It's activating," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the growing hum. Suddenly, a burst of light erupted from the artifact, and a holographic projection materialized above it. The image was vast and detailed, filling the room with a three-dimensional map of the cosmos. Stars, planets, and nebulae floated in the air, but it wasn't the beauty of the universe that caught their attention. At the edge of the projection, a massive alien fleet came into view, sleek, menacing ships that moved with a precision that sent chills down their spines. The vessels were unlike anything humanity had ever seen, their designs a blend of organic curves and sharp, angular lines that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Elena's hand flew to her mouth as she took in the scale of the fleet. "They're coming," she said, her voice trembling with a mix of awe and dread, "and we're not ready." The words hung in the air, heavy with implication. The team exchanged frantic glances, the weight of what they were witnessing sinking in. This wasn't just a warning, it was a countdown. The alien fleet was on a collision course with Earth, and the artifact was their only clue. "We need to shut it down," one of the engineers shouted, snapping everyone into action. The team scrambled, their movements frantic but purposeful. Tools were grabbed, cables were rerouted, and commands were shouted across the room. The artifact, however, seemed resistant to their efforts. Its glow intensified, and the hologram expanded, showing more details of the approaching fleet. The ships were closer now, their trajectory unmistakable. Earth's defenses, what little there were, would be no match for the sheer power and numbers of the alien armada. Elena's mind raced as she worked beside her team. "This isn't just a warning system," she muttered, more to herself than anyone else. "It's a beacon. We've activated something we weren't supposed to." Her hands trembled as she input a series of commands into the console, trying to override the artifact systems. But every attempt was met with resistance, as if the device had a will of its own. The hologram flickered, and for a moment, Elena thought they might have succeeded. But then it stabilized, the alien fleet now looming larger than ever. The room was a cacophony of sound beeping alarms, shouted orders, and the relentless hum of the artifact. The air grew thick with tension as the team worked against the clock. Each passing second felt like an eternity, the weight of their failure bearing down on them. If they couldn't shut down the artifact, Earth would be defenseless. The hologram shifted again, this time zooming in on one of the alien ships. Its surface was covered in glowing runes, eerily similar to the ones on the artifact itself. Elena's eyes widened as she realized the connection. "It's not just a fleet," she said, her voice rising above the chaos. "It's a hive. They're not just coming to invade, they're coming to consume." The revelation sent a new wave of urgency through the team. If the aliens were as advanced as the artifact suggested, humanity wouldn't just face destruction, it would face extinction. The artifact's hum grew louder, its light brighter, as if it were feeding off their fear and desperation. Elena's fingers flew over the console, her mind racing through every possible solution. She knew they were running out of time, but she also knew they couldn't afford to fail. The fate of the world of the entire species depended on what happened in the next few minutes. As the hologram continued to project its grim message, the team redoubled their efforts. They weren't just fighting to shut down an ancient device, they were fighting for the survival of everything they knew. And as the alien fleet drew ever closer, one thing became painfully clear. This wasn't just a battle against time, it was a battle against the unknown. The air inside the chamber grew thick with tension as the artifact's defenses activated without warning. A low hum reverberated through the walls, escalating into a deafening roar that drowned out all other sounds. The team barely had time to react before the first wave of energy surged through the room. Bright, jagged arcs of light erupted from the artifact, slicing through the air like blades. One moment, the crew was advancing cautiously. The next, chaos erupted as the defenses struck with ruthless precision. Dr. Elena Vasquez froze for a split second, her eyes wide with disbelief. She had theorized the artifact might have safeguards, but nothing like this. The energy beams moved with terrifying speed, targeting anything that came within range. A scream tore through the air as one of her crew members, Lieutenant Carter, was caught in the path of a beam. His body crumpled to the ground, lifeless, before anyone could react. The room became a whirlwind of panic and desperation as the remaining team members scrambled for cover, their shouts echoing off the metallic walls. Elena's mind raced. They were so close, just meters away from the control panel that could deactivate the artifact's defenses, but every step forward seemed impossible. Another beam struck, this time hitting Dr. Ramirez, who had been crouched behind a console. His cry of pain was cut short as the energy consumed him, leaving only a faint scorch mark where he had stood. Elena clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. She couldn't let this happen. Not after everything they'd sacrificed to get here. We can't fail now. She screamed, her voice breaking through the chaos. Not after everything. Her words were a mix of desperation and defiance, a plea to the universe as much as to her surviving team. She lunged forward, ducking under a beam that narrowly missed her. The control panel was just ahead, its surface glowing faintly with an eerie blue light. But the artifact wasn't done. Another wave of energy surged, this time targeting the floor beneath her. The metal plating buckled, sending sparks flying as the ground began to give way. Elena's heart pounded in her chest as she leaped over the crumbling section, her boots skidding on the smooth surface. She could feel the heat of the beams behind her, the air sizzling with each near miss. Her vision narrowed to the control panel, her only hope of stopping the onslaught. She reached it just as another beam struck the console beside her, the explosion sending her sprawling to the ground. Pain shot through her side, but she forced herself to her feet, her hands trembling as she began to input the sequence they had decoded earlier. The artifact seemed to sense her intent. The hum grew louder, more aggressive, as if it were fighting back against her efforts. The energy beams intensified, crisscrossing the room in a deadly dance. Elena's fingers moved frantically over the panel, each keystroke a race against time. She could hear the cries of her remaining crew members, their voices filled with fear and determination as they tried to hold off the artifact's relentless assault. For a moment, it seemed like the artifact would win. The room was bathed in blinding light, the energy beams converging on her position. But then, with a final keystroke, the hum ceased. The beams flickered and disappeared, leaving the chamber in an eerie silence. Elena's breath came in ragged gasps as she slumped against the panel, her body trembling with exhaustion and relief. But the victory felt hollow. The cost had been too high. Around her, the chamber was littered with the bodies of her team, their lives sacrificed in the pursuit of answers. Elena's hands clenched into fists as she stared at the artifact, its surface now calm and unassuming. They had stopped its defenses, but at what cost? And what other secrets did it hold, waiting to be unleashed? The silence was broken by the sound of footsteps behind her. She turned to see Lieutenant Harper, the only other survivor, limping toward her. His face was pale, his expression a mix of grief and determination. "We're not done yet," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Elena nodded, her resolve hardening. The artifact had taken so much from them, but they couldn't stop now. The answers they sought, and the stakes they faced, were too great to walk away. As she stood, her gaze lingered on the artifact, its surface now eerily still. Whatever lay ahead, one thing was certain: the artifact's defenses were only the beginning, and the fight for humanity's survival was far from over. The chamber was eerily silent, save for the faint hum of the artifact as it pulsed with an otherworldly glow. Elena stepped forward, her hands trembling but resolute. The weight of what she was about to do pressed down on her like the gravity of a collapsing star. She had spent weeks deciphering the artifact's cryptic mechanisms, and now, with the fate of humanity hanging in the balance, there was no turning back. The self-destruct sequence was the only way to neutralize the artifact's catastrophic power, but it came with a terrible price, a manual override that required someone to remain behind. Her breath hitched as she placed her palm on the cold, metallic surface of the control panel. The system responded instantly, a cascade of lights and symbols flickering across its interface. Her heart pounded in her chest, each beat a reminder of the life she was about to give up. She glanced over her shoulder, her gaze lingering on the distant shapes of her team retreating through the narrow passageway. They had protested, begged her to find another way, but she had silenced them with a single, unshakable truth: if I don't do this, none of us will survive. The artifact's hum grew louder, more insistent, as if it sensed her intent. She knew it was alive in some way, a sentient force far beyond human comprehension. It was a relic of a civilization long extinct, a warning left behind for those foolish enough to meddle with forces they could never control. And now, it was her turn to ensure that warning was heeded. Her fingers danced across the controls, inputting the final sequence. The system beeped in confirmation, and a countdown began, 60 seconds until detonation. Elena's mind raced as the numbers ticked down. She thought of her family, her parents who had raised her with quiet strength, her younger brother who had always looked up to her. She thought of the countless lives she had touched, the people who had trusted her to lead them through this nightmare, and she thought of the future she would never see, a world free from the shadow of the artifact's destructive potential. Her lips moved almost involuntarily, her voice barely above a whisper. "This is it, tell my family I love them." The words hung in the air, a final testament to the life she was leaving behind. She closed her eyes, allowing herself one last moment of peace amidst the chaos. The artifact's glow intensified, bathing the chamber in a blinding light. She could feel its energy building, a storm on the verge of breaking, and then, with a deep breath, she pressed the final button, sealing her fate. The countdown reached 0, and the world erupted in fire and light. The artifact's power surged outward, a wave of destruction that consumed everything in its path. But in that final moment, as the chamber collapsed around her, Elena felt no fear. There was only a profound sense of purpose, a quiet certainty that she had done what was necessary. Her sacrifice would not be in vain. The artifact would be destroyed, and humanity would live to see another day. And as the light engulfed her, she smiled, knowing that her story, her life, would be remembered. The artifact erupted in a blinding flash of light, its energy surging outward in a shockwave that tore through the alien fleet's communication network. The signal they had been using to coordinate their assault, A relentless, pulsing frequency that had haunted Earth for weeks flickered and died. Silence fell across the battlefield, a silence so profound it felt almost unnatural after the chaos that had preceded it. The alien ships, now disoriented and leaderless, began to drift aimlessly, their once precise formations dissolving into confusion. For the first time in months, humanity had a fighting chance. Back on Earth, the team watched in stunned disbelief as the holographic display tracking the alien fleet went dark. The room, once filled with the clamor of urgent voices and the hum of machinery, was now eerily quiet. Someone broke the silence, a voice crackling over the radio, weak but triumphant. "She did it. Elena saved us all." The words hung in the air, heavy with both relief and grief. Elena had known the risks. From the moment she'd volunteered to pilot the mission, she'd understood that it might be a one-way trip. The artifact, an ancient alien device discovered deep beneath the Arctic ice, had been humanity's last hope. It was a weapon of unimaginable power, but it came with a cost. It required a living host to activate it fully. Elena had stepped forward without hesitation, her resolve unshakable even as her team pleaded with her to reconsider. "Someone has to do it," she'd said, her voice steady. "If it's not me, then who?" Now, as the team gathered around the radio, the weight of her sacrifice settled over them like a shroud. They had lost comrades before, but this was different. Elena had been more than a teammate, she'd been their leader, their friend, the one who'd kept them going when hope seemed lost. Her absence left a void that no victory could fill. One by one, they began to share memories of her. There was the time she'd stayed up for 3 straight days to recalibrate the artifact's energy matrix, refusing to rest until it was perfect. Or the way she'd always managed to find a joke, even in the darkest moments, her laughter a lifeline for the rest of them. And then there was her final act, the moment she'd sealed her fate to give them a future. They spoke of her courage, her selflessness, and the quiet strength that had inspired them all. But amid their grief, there was also a flicker of determination. Elena had given them a chance, but the fight wasn't over yet. The alien fleet, though crippled, was still out there, and Earth, though spared from immediate annihilation, was far from safe. The team knew they couldn't afford to linger in their sorrow. They had work to do. As the hours passed, the atmosphere in the room shifted. The initial shock gave way to a renewed sense of purpose. They began to strategize, their voices low but steady, their focus sharp. They analyzed the data from the artifact's explosion, searching for any clues that might help them turn the tide of the war. They reached out to other survivors, coordinating efforts to fortify Earth's defenses and prepare for the next wave of attacks. And through it all, Elena's presence was palpable. Her memory became a rallying cry, a reminder of what they were fighting for. She had saved them, but now it was their turn to finish what she had started. They would honor her sacrifice by ensuring that her death was not in vain. The alien fleet might still be out there, but for the first time in a long time, the team felt a glimmer of hope. They had been given a second chance, and they weren't going to waste it. As they worked through the night, the words of the survivor who had radioed in echoed in their minds. "She did it. Elena saved us all," and they would make sure the world never forgot her name. The surface of Earth was a scarred wasteland, but beneath the ash and ruins, life stirred. Cities that once stood as monuments to human achievement were now skeletal remains, their towering skyscrapers reduced to jagged teeth, biting at a blood-red sky. Yet, amidst the devastation, humanity began to rise again. Survivors emerged from bunkers and makeshift shelters, their faces gaunt but determined. They gathered in small, scattered communities, pooling what little resources remained. The sun, though dimmed, still cast its faint light, a reminder of the world that once was, and the world that could be again. But the scars of the alien invasion ran deeper than the cracked Earth. The memories of their arrival, swift and merciless, haunted every survivor. The aliens had come not as conquerors, but as exterminators, their motives as enigmatic as their technology. They had left as suddenly as they had arrived, leaving behind only destruction and a chilling silence. Yet no one believed they were gone for good. The question wasn't if they would return, but when. In the heart of what was once New York, a new kind of city began to take shape. It wasn't built of steel and glass, but of hope and desperation. The survivors called it New Dawn, a name that spoke of both loss and resilience. At its center stood a makeshift council hall, a repurposed warehouse where leaders from across the globe gathered. Among them was a woman named Dr. Elena Voss, a former astrophysicist who had become an unlikely symbol of hope. Her sharp mind and unwavering determination had earned her the respect of the survivors, and when she spoke, people listened. "We must prepare for their return," she declared, her voice cutting through the murmurs of the gathered crowd. "This is not the end. It cannot be. The aliens may have left us broken, but they did not leave us defeated. We have the knowledge, the will, and the strength to fight back. But to do that, we must unite, not as nations, not as factions, but as one species. Humanity's survival depends on it." Her words resonated deeply, a spark igniting a fire that had long been smoldering. For the first time since the invasion, the survivors began to think not just of survival, but of resistance. They pooled their expertise, scientists, engineers, soldiers, and civilians alike, working tirelessly to decipher the alien technology left behind. Fragments of their ships, strange devices, and even biological samples became the focus of intense study. Every discovery was a piece of the puzzle, a step closer to understanding their enemy. But the aliens were not the only threat. The Earth itself had become a hostile environment. The atmosphere, once teeming with life, was now choked with ash and toxic gases. Crops failed, water sources were contaminated, and the remnants of human infrastructure crumbled further with each passing day. Yet, even in the face of these challenges, humanity found ways to adapt. Hydroponic farms were built underground, powered by salvaged solar panels. Water filtration systems were cobbled together from scraps, and makeshift wind turbines turned the ash-laden breeze into energy. As the weeks turned into months, a sense of unity began to take hold. The old divisions of race, nationality, and ideology faded into irrelevance. What mattered now was survival, not just for oneself, but for all. Children who had never known a world before the invasion played in the shadows of ruined buildings, their laughter a defiant echo in the silence. Elders shared stories of the past, not out of nostalgia, but as a reminder of what they were fighting to reclaim. But even as humanity began to rebuild, the shadow of the alien threat loomed larger than ever. Reports of strange lights in the sky, unexplained phenomena, and whispers of alien scouts began to surface. The aliens were watching, testing, probing, and when they returned, they would not come as invaders. They would come as exterminators, determined to finish what they had started. Dr. Voss knew this better than anyone. Standing atop the council hall, gazing out at the flickering lights of new dawn, she felt the weight of her responsibility. "We are not just rebuilding a city," she said to her closest advisors. "We are rebuilding a world, and we must be ready for their return and for whatever comes after." The survivors nodded, their faces set with determination. They had lost everything, but they had not lost hope, and in that hope, they found the strength to fight, not just for survival, but for the future of humanity itself. The room fell silent as the signal echoed through the speakers, a haunting melody of static and pulses that seemed to carry the weight of an entire civilization. Scientists huddled around the monitors, their faces pale under the flickering glow of the screens. The signal wasn't random noise. It was a message, clear and deliberate, emanating from a star system thousands of light years away. For years, humanity had searched for signs of extraterrestrial life, but now that the moment had arrived, it wasn't met with celebration. It was met with dread. Dr. Elena Marquez, the lead astrophysicist on the project, leaned closer to the display, her fingers trembling as she traced the jagged lines of the signal's waveform. "This isn't just a greeting," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the hum of the equipment. "It's a map, they're showing us where they live. The room erupted into murmurs as the implications sank in. The aliens weren't just reaching out, they were revealing their homeworld. But why? Across the lab, Dr. Marcus Hale, a veteran of the Space Defense Initiative, folded his arms tightly, his jaw clenched. "If we don't strike first, they'll destroy us," he muttered, his tone low but sharp enough to cut through the tension. His words hung in the air like a storm cloud, heavy and foreboding. Hale wasn't one to exaggerate, and his grim assessment sent a ripple of unease through the group. "They've had time to study us, to learn our weaknesses. This signal isn't an invitation, it's a trap." The debate that followed was heated, with voices rising and falling like waves in a tempest. Some argued for caution, urging the team to decode the signal further before jumping to conclusions. Others, like Hale, insisted that time was a luxury humanity no longer had. "Every second we waste is another second they use to prepare," he said, his voice rising. "We're not dealing with explorers here, we're dealing with predators." As the hours turned into days, the mood in the lab shifted from uncertainty to grim resolve. Plans began to take shape, plans that no one had ever wanted to consider. Deep within the facility, engineers and strategists worked around the clock, designing weapons and spacecraft capable of reaching the alien homeworld. The project, codenamed Aegis, was humanity's last hope, but even as blueprints were finalized and prototypes tested, a question lingered in the back of every mind: were they preparing for a preemptive strike, or were they merely hastening their own demise? Elena found herself torn between her scientific curiosity and her growing fear. She had spent her life searching for answers in the stars, but now those answers seemed to come with a price too high to pay. "What if we're wrong?" she asked Hale one night, her voice barely above a whisper. "What if this is all a misunderstanding? What if they're not our enemies?" Hale turned to her, his expression unreadable. "Hope is a dangerous thing," he said quietly. "If we're wrong, we risk everything, but if we're right and we do nothing, we lose everything." There's no room for error here. The weight of his words pressed down on her, and for the first time, Elena felt the full gravity of their situation. This wasn't just about science anymore, it was about survival. As she looked out at the stars through the lab's observation window, she couldn't shake the feeling that humanity was standing on the edge of a precipice, one misstep away from plunging into the unknown. And yet, amidst the fear and uncertainty, there was a flicker of something else, something darker. The idea of striking first, of taking the fight to the aliens before they could reach Earth, began to take root in the minds of those who had once dreamed of peaceful contact. It was a chilling thought, but one that grew harder to ignore as the days passed. The question was no longer whether humanity could survive an alien encounter, it was whether they could live with the choices they were about to make. Elena's sacrifice became the spark that ignited a fire across the globe. Her final act of defiance against the alien invaders wasn't just a moment of bravery, it was a call to arms. News of her stand spread like wildfire, carried by survivors who refused to let her death be in vain. Her name became a rallying cry, a symbol of resistance that echoed in the hearts of those who had once felt powerless. From the ruins of cities to the hidden corners of the earth, people began to rise, united by a single purpose: to fight back. In the days following her death, makeshift memorials began to appear in the remnants of civilization. Candles flickered in the darkness, casting long shadows over her name scrawled on crumbling walls. Survivors gathered, not just to mourn, but to plan. They whispered of hope, of a chance to reclaim what had been taken. One voice rose above the rest, strong and unyielding. A survivor stood before the crowd, their face scarred but their spirit unbroken. "We won't wait for them to come," they declared. "We'll take the fight to them." Those words, simple yet fierce, became the anthem of a movement that would change everything. The fight was no longer about survival, it was about reclaiming humanity's future. People who had once hidden in fear now stepped into the light, armed with whatever they could find. Makeshift weapons, salvage technology, and sheer determination became their tools. Communities that had been isolated began to connect, sharing resources, knowledge, and stories of resistance. The aliens had underestimated the resilience of the human spirit, and now they would face the consequences. In the shadows of the old world, new strategies began to take shape. Scientists and engineers worked tirelessly to repurpose alien technology, turning the enemy's own advancements against them. Guerrilla tactics replaced despair, as survivors learned to strike quickly and vanish into the ruins. Every victory, no matter how small, fueled the growing momentum. The aliens, once seen as invincible, now faced a force they couldn't predict or control. But this wasn't just a war of weapons, it was a war of ideas. Elena's sacrifice reminded humanity of what they were fighting for. It wasn't just about survival, it was about preserving the essence of who they were. Stories of her bravery were shared around campfires, inspiring others to stand tall in the face of overwhelming odds. Children who had never known a world without fear now dreamed of a future where they could walk freely under the sun. That dream became the driving force behind every decision, every battle, every sacrifice. As the movement grew, leaders emerged from the chaos. They weren't politicians or generals, but ordinary people who had been thrust into extraordinary roles. Each brought their own skills and experiences, creating a network of resistance that spanned the globe. Communication lines were re-established, and for the first time in years, humanity felt connected. The fight was no longer isolated, it was global, and with that unity came a renewed sense of purpose. The survivors' declaration, "We'll take the fight to them," wasn't just a promise, it was a warning. Humanity was no longer on the defensive. They were ready to strike back, to reclaim what had been stolen. The aliens had come expecting to conquer a broken world, but what they found was something far more dangerous, a species that refused to be defeated. The war for Earth had begun, and this time, humanity would not falter. The air inside the massive hangar was thick with tension, a palpable mix of fear and determination that clung to every surface. Towering above them was the spacecraft, an engineering marvel, a testament to humanity's resilience in the face of annihilation. Its sleek, metallic hull gleamed under the harsh artificial lights, a beacon of hope in a world teetering on the edge of extinction. The vessel was unlike anything ever built, designed not just to traverse the void of space, but to carry the weight of an entire species' survival. Every bolt, every circuit, every line of code had been meticulously crafted, a collective effort of the brightest minds left on Earth. This was no ordinary mission. It was humanity's last gamble, a desperate bid to reach the alien homeworld and put an end to the cataclysm unleashed by the dying sun. The crew, a carefully selected group of scientists, engineers, and soldiers, moved with purpose, their steps echoing through the cavernous space. Each of them carried the weight of their roles. Some were tasked with piloting the ship through uncharted space, others with deciphering the alien technology that might hold the key to salvation. But it was the quiet exchange between two crew members that captured the gravity of the moment. Standing near the base of the spacecraft, one of them, a scientist named Dr. Elena Vasquez, turned to her colleague, a former astronaut turned mission commander, Captain Marcus Reed. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet it cut through the hum of machinery and distant chatter. "This is our chance to end this," she said, her words laden with both hope and dread. Captain Reed nodded, his expression unreadable. He had seen the devastation firsthand, the cities reduced to ash, the oceans boiling under the unrelenting heat of the sun's final throes. He knew what was at stake. "It's more than a chance," he replied, his voice steady but tinged with urgency. "It's the only option we have left. If we fail, there's no plan B." The weight of his words hung in the air, a sobering reminder of the stakes. This wasn't just a mission, it was a one-way journey into the unknown, a leap of faith into the heart of a civilization that had once threatened their existence. As the final preparations for launch began, the crew gathered for a brief but solemn ceremony. There were no grand speeches, no fanfare, just a quiet acknowledgement of what lay ahead. They knew the odds were against them. The alien homeworld was light years away, and the journey would take them through uncharted space, where the rules of physics and time might not apply. But they also knew that failure wasn't an option. The sun's death had already rendered Earth uninhabitable, and the remnants of humanity were scattered across makeshift colonies, clinging to survival. This mission wasn't just about revenge or redemption. It was about ensuring that the story of humanity didn't end in darkness. The countdown began, the voice of mission control echoing through the hangar. T-minus 10 minutes to launch. The crew took their positions, strapping into their seats and running through final systems checks. The spacecraft's engines roared to life, a deafening crescendo of power that shook the ground beneath them. Dr. Vasquez closed her eyes, her mind racing with thoughts of what lay ahead. The alien homeworld was a mystery, its technology both a threat and a potential salvation. She had spent years studying the fragments of their ships, piecing together the puzzle of their advanced systems. Now, she would face them on their own turf, a prospect that filled her with equal parts dread and determination. As the countdown reached its final moments, Captain Reed's voice broke through the tension. "We've trained for this, we've prepared for this, and now it's time to see it through." His words were a rallying cry, a reminder of the unity and purpose that had brought them this far. The spacecraft shuddered as the engines reached full thrust, lifting it off the ground with a force that seemed to defy gravity. The crew felt the weight of acceleration press against them, a physical reminder of the journey they were embarking on. As the spacecraft broke through the atmosphere and into the void of space, the Earth grew smaller in the viewports, a pale blue dot fading into the darkness. For a moment there was silence, a collective breath held as the reality of their mission settled in. They were leaving everything behind, their homes, their loved ones, the only world they had ever known. But they were also carrying with them the hopes and dreams of a species on the brink of extinction. This was their chance to end the cycle of destruction, to confront the aliens who had once sought to wipe them out and forge a new path forward. The stakes couldn't be higher, and the journey ahead would test them in ways they could scarcely imagine. But as the stars stretched out before them, a silent promise hung in the air. No matter what lay ahead, they would face it together. The spacecraft shuddered violently as it entered the alien-controlled sector of space, the hum of its engines now a strained whine against the unseen forces surrounding them. The crew, tense and silent, exchanged wary glances. This was no ordinary stretch of the cosmos. This was a gauntlet, a labyrinth of alien defenses designed to obliterate anything that dared to pass through. On the main console, a holographic map flickered to life, revealing a grid of glowing red markers. Each one represented a potential threat: gravitational mines, plasma fields, and clusters of autonomous drones that moved with eerie precision. The pilot, a grizzled veteran with decades of experience under his belt, clenched the controls tighter, his jaws set in determination. "They're trying to stop us," he muttered under his breath, his voice barely audible over the alarms blaring through the cockpit. But we're not turning back. The first wave of defenses struck without warning. A swarm of drones, sleek and metallic, emerged from the darkness, their surfaces reflecting the faint light of distant stars. They moved like a school of predatory fish, surrounding the spacecraft in seconds. The crew scrambled to respond, their training kicking in as they activated the ship's defensive systems. Lasers sliced through the void, striking down the drones one by one, but for every one destroyed, two more seemed to take its place. In the engineering bay, the chief engineer barked orders to her team, rerouting power to the shields and weapons. "We're burning through energy fast," she warned, her voice tight with urgency. "If we don't find a way through soon, we're not going to make it." The ship rocked violently as a drone collided with the hull, sending sparks flying across the cramped workspace. Back in the cockpit, the pilot's hands danced across the controls, his movements precise and deliberate. He guided the spacecraft through a narrow gap between two plasma fields, the searing heat of the energy walls visible even through the reinforced viewport. The crew held their breath as the ship inched forward, the margins for error razor thin. just a little more, the pilot whispered, his eyes locked on the path ahead. But the gauntlet wasn't finished with them yet. As they cleared the plasma fields, a new threat emerged, a massive gravitational mine, its dark surface pulsing with ominous energy. It was designed to pull in anything that came too close, crushing it with the force of a collapsing star. The pilot's fingers flew across the console, calculating a new trajectory. "We're going to have to slingshot around it," he announced, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. The crew braced themselves as the ship veered sharply, the gravitational forces pulling at the hull with bone-rattling intensity. The pilot's hands never faltered, his focus unshakable as he navigated the deadly obstacle. For a moment, it seemed as though the ship might not break free, but then, with a final burst of thrusters, it shot clear of the mine's grip, hurtling toward the next challenge. Through it all, the crew's resolve never wavered. They knew what was at stake, not just their lives, but the fate of their entire civilization. The alien defenses were formidable, but they were a testament to the urgency of their mission. Someone or something didn't want them to reach their destination, and that only fueled their determination to press on. As the ship emerged from the gauntlet, battered but intact, the pilot allowed himself a rare moment of quiet pride. "We made it through," he said, his voice tinged with relief, but the journey was far from over. The alien defenses were just the beginning, a warning of what lay ahead. And the crew knew that every step forward would bring new dangers and new reasons to keep going. The crew's shuttle glided silently over the jagged terrain of the moon's surface, its shadow stretching long and eerie under the pale light of a distant star. The air was thick with tension as they approached the structure, an alien base, hidden deep within a crater, its metallic walls glinting faintly against the darkness. It wasn't just a random outpost, it was something far more significant. The scanners had picked up energy signatures unlike anything they'd ever encountered, and the architecture was unlike the brutal, utilitarian designs of the invaders they'd fought before. This place felt purposeful, ancient. As they stepped inside, the air was cold and still, filled with the faint hum of dormant machinery. The walls were lined with strange symbols, glowing faintly in hues of blue and green. It was clear this base had been abandoned for a long time, but its secrets were still intact. Then, they found it a console, partially buried under layers of dust, flickering faintly with life. Commander Voss activated it, and suddenly, the room was filled with a voice, Elena's voice. Her words echoed through the chamber, clear and urgent. "They're not just invaders, they're refugees fleeing their own dying star." The recording paused, as if waiting for the weight of her words to sink in. The crew exchanged uneasy glances. Refugees, the idea was almost unthinkable. For months, they'd fought these aliens, seen them as nothing but ruthless conquerors. But now, a new narrative was unfolding, one that painted a far more complicated picture. As the recording continued, Elena explained what she discovered. The invaders, or rather, the refugees, had come from a star system on the brink of collapse. Their sun, once a stable source of life, had begun to expand and destabilize, consuming their homeworld and forcing them to flee. But their journey hadn't been one of conquest, it had been one of desperation. They'd scoured the galaxy for habitable worlds, only to find most either inhospitable or already occupied. Earth had been their last hope, a planet capable of sustaining their species. But humanity, unaware of their plight, had seen only an invasion, not a cry for survival. The crew stood in silence, the weight of the revelation pressing down on them. Voss broke the silence first. "If this is true, then everything we've been fighting for, everything we've lost, it's all based on a misunderstanding." His voice was heavy with doubt, and the others nodded, their expressions a mix of confusion and disbelief. But not everyone was ready to accept this new narrative. Lieutenant Arin, the ship's weapons specialist, slammed his fist against the console. "Does it even matter? They still attacked us. They still killed millions. Does their motive change anything?" His voice was sharp, filled with anger, but also something else, fear. Fear that everything they'd fought for might have been built on a lie. The debate that followed was heated. Some argued that understanding the aliens' motives could be the key to ending the conflict, while others insisted that their actions were unforgivable, regardless of their reasons. Voss listened carefully, his mind racing. He couldn't ignore the possibility that Elena's discovery could change everything, but he also couldn't dismiss the pain and loss his crew and humanity had endured. As the discussion continued, one thing became clear. Their mission was no longer as simple as it had seemed. They weren't just fighting to defend Earth anymore. They were grappling with the moral complexities of survival, empathy, and the blurred lines between right and wrong. And as they stood there, surrounded by the remnants of an alien civilization, they couldn't help but wonder, were they the heroes of this story, or just another chapter in a much larger, far more tragic tale? The recording ended, leaving only silence, but the questions it had raised lingered, echoing in their minds as they prepared to leave the base. Whatever came next, one thing was certain: their mission had changed forever. The air aboard the alien vessel was thick, not just with the faint metallic scent of their technology, but with the weight of desperation and mistrust. The crew of the Erebus, battered but defiant, stood face to face with the towering figures of the alien leaders. Their forms were almost ethereal, shimmering faintly in the dim light, their elongated limbs and piercing eyes giving them an otherworldly presence. But the humans didn't flinch. They had come too far, lost too much to back down now. Captain Voss stepped forward, her voice steady but laced with an edge of fury. "This war has gone on long enough," she said, her words cutting through the silence like a blade. "You've taken everything from us, our homes, our people, our future. We're here to demand an end to this. No more destruction, no more death." The alien leader, a figure whose presence seemed to command the very air around them, tilted their heads slightly. Their voice, when it came, was calm but carried an undertone of menace. "You speak of loss," they said, their words resonating as if spoken from someplace deeper than their physical form. "But you fail to see the truth. We did not start this conflict. We did not fire the first shot. We are merely responding. Dr. Klein, the ship's astrophysicist, interjected, his voice rising. "You call annihilating entire colonies a response. You call wiping out billions of lives a justified reaction. That's not a response. That's genocide." The alien leader's eyes narrowed, and for a moment the room seemed to grow colder. "You misunderstand," they said, their tone hardening. "Your species has always been a threat, not just to us, but to the balance of this galaxy. Your expansion, your greed, your disregard for the worlds you claim. You were a spark waiting to ignite chaos. We merely acted to prevent a greater catastrophe." The crew exchanged uneasy glances. There was a chilling logic to the leader's words, but it was a logic born of fear and paranoia, not justice. Voss stepped forward again, her fists clenched. "You don't get to play judge, jury, and executioner," she said, her voice low but fierce. "We're not perfect, but that doesn't give you the right to decide our fate. This war ends now, or we all burn." The alien leader regarded her for a long moment, their expression unreadable. Then, slowly, they raised a hand, and the room seemed to hum with a new energy. "You are brave," they said, "but bravery will not save you. We did not start this war, but we will finish it, and when it is done, there will be no more threats to the balance of the cosmos." The tension in the room was palpable, a coiled spring ready to snap. The crew could feel it, the weight of history, of choices made and consequences yet to come. They were standing on the edge of a precipice, and one wrong move could send them all tumbling into the void. But they were ready, they had to be, because if they didn't stand their ground now, there might not be a tomorrow to fight for. The alien leader's words hung in the air like a death sentence, and for a moment, no one moved. Then, as if on some unspoken signal, the room erupted into chaos. The crew scrambled for cover as the aliens advanced, their weapons glowing with an eerie light. The war wasn't over. If anything, it had just entered its most dangerous phase. And in that moment, one thing became painfully clear: there would be no peace without sacrifice. The question was, who would be left standing when the dust finally settled? The room fell silent, the weight of the revelation pressing down like the crushing gravity of a collapsing star. The alien emissary, their forms shimmering with an otherworldly glow, spoke with a voice that seemed to echo from the void itself. "Our sun is dying," it said, the words carrying a haunting finality. "Without intervention, our civilization will perish. We have traveled across galaxies, searching for a solution. And now, we have found it, in yours." A ripple of unease spread through the human crew. Captain Elena Reyes stepped forward, her voice steady but edged with disbelief. "You want to use our sun, to save your own? Do you have any idea what that would mean for us?" Her words hung in the air, a fragile thread of defiance against the enormity of the alien's request. The emissary's gaze, if it could be called that, shifted subtly, a flicker of something almost human in its alien demeanor. "We understand the cost," it replied. "But we have no other choice. Our technology allows us to siphon energy from a star, prolonging its life. If we do not act, billions of our kind will die. Entire worlds will fall into darkness." A low murmur rose from the crew, a mix of anger and disbelief. Among them, Dr. Marcus Hale, the ship's astrophysicist, clenched his fists. "This isn't just about energy," he muttered, his voice barely audible but sharp with accusation. "You're talking about destabilizing our sun. It could collapse, go nova, or worse. You're asking us to risk our entire planet, our entire species, for your survival." The emissary tilted its head, a gesture that might have been curiosity or calculation. "Is survival not the most fundamental instinct of all living beings?" it asked. "Would your species not do the same if faced with extinction?" The question hung in the air, heavy and unanswerable. For a moment, the room seemed to shrink, the vastness of space pressing in from all sides. Then, from the back of the room, a voice broke the silence. It was Lieutenant Annika Patel, her tone quiet but laced with a bitter understanding. "They're desperate," she said, her words cutting through the tension. Just like us, her words struck a chord, and the crew exchanged uneasy glances. They knew, better than anyone, what desperation looked like. Earth itself was no stranger to crisis resource shortages, climate collapse, the ever-present threat of war. Survival had become a daily battle, a fight against the inexorable tide of entropy. And now, here they were, face to face with beings who were fighting the same battle on a cosmic scale. Captain Reyes turned to her crew, her expression a mix of resolve and anguish. "We can't just hand over our sun," she said, "but we can't turn our backs on them either. Not when we know what it's like to stare into the abyss and wonder if there's any way out." The aliens waited, their presence a silent reminder of the stakes. The humans, too, stood frozen, caught between the unthinkable and the inevitable. It was a choice no one should have to make. A choice between two species, two worlds, two futures. And as the seconds ticked by, the weight of that decision grew heavier, pressing down on them all like the gravity of a dying star. In that moment, the lines between enemy and ally blurred. The aliens were not invaders, not conquerors. They were survivors, driven by the same primal need that had pushed humanity to the stars. And yet, the cost of their survival was one that humanity might not be able to bear. The crew stood at the edge of an impossible choice, their hearts torn between compassion and self-preservation, between the lives they knew and the lives they might save. The silence stretched on, a fragile thread holding back the storm, and somewhere, deep in the void, the sun burned on, unaware that its fate now hung in the balance. The tension in the command center was so thick it felt like the air itself might shatter. Captain Alara stood at the center of the room, her eyes locked with those of the opposing leader, Commander Valon. Both sides had suffered devastating losses, and the once pristine corridors of the ship now bore the scars of relentless conflict. Alara's voice cut through the silence, steady but laced with urgency. We've both seen what happens when we fight. Our worlds are dying. The sun's wrath spares no one. If we don't act now, there won't be anything left to save. Vailon's expression softened, though the weight of centuries of mistrust still lingered in his gaze. He glanced at the holographic display showing the sun's swelling core, a ticking time bomb that threatened to obliterate everything they held dear. "You're right," he admitted, his voice heavy with resignation. "But how can we trust each other after all that's happened?" Alara stepped forward, her hand extended. "Because we have no other choice, our survival depends on it." For a moment, the room seemed to hold its breath. Then, slowly, Vailon reached out and clasped her hand. A silent agreement passed between them, one born not of trust but of necessity. The war was over, but the real challenge was just beginning. The truce was fragile, held together by the thinnest thread of hope. Both sides agreed to share their most guarded technologies. Alara's people brought their advanced energy containment systems, while Vailon's faction offered their knowledge of solar manipulation. It was a gamble, but one they had to take. Engineers and scientists from both civilizations worked side by side, their collaboration awkward at first, but gradually becoming more fluid as the gravity of their situation sunk in. In the midst of the chaos, Alara and Vailon addressed their people together. "This is not a victory," Alara declared, her voice resonating through the ship's comm systems. "It's a chance to rebuild, to survive, and to prove that even in the face of annihilation, we can choose cooperation over destruction." Vailon nodded, adding, "We either work together or die together." The choice is clear. The words echoed across the remnants of their civilizations, a rallying cry that transcended old hatreds. For the first time in generations, there was a glimmer of unity. It wasn't perfect, mistrust still lingered, and old wounds would take time to heal, but it was a start. As the sun loomed ever larger in the viewports, its fiery tendrils lashing out into the void, the crew knew they were racing against time. The truce was their only hope, a fragile bridge over an abyss of mutual destruction, and as they worked tirelessly to save their worlds, they couldn't help but wonder if this fragile alliance would be enough to outrun the sun's inevitable fury. The silence of space was broken by the hum of engines, a symphony of human and alien technology working in unison. Earth scientists, once isolated in their labs, now stood shoulder to shoulder, or whatever passed for shoulders, with their extraterrestrial counterparts. The mission was clear: to stabilize both stars, to prevent the catastrophic collapse that loomed over their civilizations. It was a race against time, but for the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was hope. A quiet murmur spread through the control room as data streams from both worlds converged on a single screen. One of Earth's lead scientists, Dr. Elena Voss, leaned over her console, her eyes scanning the numbers. "This is it," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of machinery. The dawn of a new era. The collaboration was unprecedented. Humanity had spent centuries looking to the stars, wondering if we were alone. Now, we were not just communicating with another civilization. We were working with them to save our shared future. The alien technology was unlike anything Earth had ever seen, a blend of organic and mechanical systems that seemed to pulse with life. Their engineers moved with an eerie precision, their movements almost dance-like as they calibrated the massive devices designed to siphon energy from the unstable stars. On Earth, teams worked tirelessly to replicate their methods, adapting alien designs to human capabilities. It was a delicate balance, a fragile bridge between two worlds. One of the most remarkable breakthroughs came from the alien concept of stellar weaving, a process that involved redirecting the turbulent energy of a star into a stable, self-sustaining loop. It was a concept that defied Earth's understanding of astrophysics, yet the results were undeniable. Early tests showed that the technique could buy both civilizations precious time, slowing the star's decay and giving scientists a chance to find a permanent solution. Dr. Voss, along with her alien counterpart, a being known as Kael'thar, led the charge. Their partnership became a symbol of unity, a reminder that even in the face of annihilation, cooperation could light the way forward. But the work was not without its challenges. The cultural divide between humans and aliens was vast, and misunderstandings were inevitable. At one point, a miscommunication nearly derailed an entire phase of the project. The aliens, whose language was as much about subtle shifts in light as it was about sound, had difficulty conveying the urgency of a critical adjustment. It was only through patience and determination that the two teams managed to bridge the gap, learning to communicate not just with words, but with gestures, symbols, and shared purpose. As the days turned into weeks, the atmosphere in the control room shifted. The initial tension gave way to a sense of camaraderie, a shared determination to succeed. Scientists who had once been strangers now exchanged stories during breaks, sharing tales of their respective worlds. Kelthar spoke of their civilization's history, of how they had faced their own existential crises long before humanity had even looked to the stars. In turn, Dr. Voss shared stories of Earth's resilience, of how humanity had overcome countless challenges throughout its history. These exchanges, small as they were, forged a bond that transcended language and biology. The first major milestone came when the stabilization devices were successfully deployed around both stars. The process was fraught with risk, requiring precise timing and coordination between Earth and the alien homeworld. As the devices activated, a collective breath was held across both planets. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, the data began to flow in. The stars' erratic energy fluctuations slowed, their chaotic pulses giving way to a steady rhythm. Cheers erupted in the control room, a mix of human voices and alien sounds that defied description. It was a moment of triumph, but also a reminder of how much work still lay ahead. Dr. Voss stood at the center of it all, her hands trembling as she read the latest reports. "We've done it," she said, her voice cracking with emotion. "We've bought ourselves time." Kelthar nodded, their expression unreadable but their presence reassuring. Time, they echoed, and hope. As the team celebrated, Dr. Voss allowed herself a rare moment of reflection. She thought of the countless lives that had been lost, the sacrifices that had been made to bring them to this point. She thought of the future, of what it might hold if they succeeded. For the first time in years, she dared to imagine a world where humanity wasn't just struggling to survive, but thriving, exploring the stars alongside their new allies. It was a fragile dream, but it was enough to keep her going. Outside the control room, the night sky stretched endlessly above, a tapestry of stars that no longer seemed so distant. Humanity had always looked to the heavens for answers, for meaning. Now, for the first time, the stars felt within reach. The dawn of a new era had indeed arrived, and with it, the promise of a future that neither humans nor aliens had dared to dream of before. The alien fleet hovered for a moment longer, their colossal ships casting long shadows over the scarred surface of Earth. Then, with a quiet hum that resonated through the atmosphere, they began to ascend. The sky lit up with streaks of light as their vessels accelerated, faster and faster, until they were nothing more than distant pinpricks among the stars. The silence that followed was profound, almost sacred. It was a silence that carried the weight of everything that had been lost, and everything that had been saved. Elena stood at the edge of the crater where the last of the alien ships had rested, her voice carrying across the desolate landscape like a beacon. "We found a way to survive. Together," she said, her words steady but tinged with emotion. Her voice echoed, amplified by the strange acoustics of the broken terrain, as if the Earth itself was repeating her message. It was a message of unity, of hope, and of a future that seemed almost impossible just days ago. The survivors gathered around her, their faces a mix of exhaustion and awe. They had endured the unthinkable, a sun that had turned against them, an alien fleet that arrived not as conquerors but as reluctant saviors. Now, they stood on the brink of a new chapter, one where the rules of survival had been rewritten. The aliens had left behind more than just their ships and technology. They had left behind a blueprint for coexistence. It wasn't just about rebuilding what had been lost, it was about reimagining what could be. As the days passed, the signs of healing began to emerge. The air, once thick with ash and radiation, started to clear. Rivers that had run dry began to flow again, their waters carrying the promise of renewal. Even the plant life, scorched and withered, showed the first green shoots of recovery. It was as if the earth itself had been holding its breath, waiting for this moment to exhale. Elina walked among the survivors, her presence a quiet reassurance. She had become more than just a leader, she was a symbol of the resilience that had carried them through. Her hands, once clenched in fists of defiance, now reached out to steady those who stumbled. Her voice, once sharp with urgency, now spoke of patience and possibility. "This is just the beginning," she told them. "We've been given a second chance. Let's make it count." The aliens' message of peace had been clear, but it was also a challenge. They had shown humanity a path forward, but it was up to the survivors to walk it. The technology they left behind was advanced, almost incomprehensible, but it came with no instructions. It was a test, perhaps a reminder that survival wasn't just about tools and machines. It was about understanding, cooperation, and the willingness to adapt. In the weeks that followed, the survivors began to rebuild. They worked together, not as strangers bound by circumstance, but as a community united by purpose. The alien structures, towering and enigmatic, became the center of their new world. They studied them, learned from them, and slowly began to unlock their secrets. It was slow, painstaking work, but there was a sense of wonder in every discovery. The aliens had not just given them a lifeline, they had given them a new way of thinking. Elena often found herself standing at the edge of the crater, staring up at the stars. She wondered if the aliens were watching, if they could see the progress being made. She wondered if they knew how much their actions had meant not just for the survival of humanity, but for its evolution. "We found a way to survive. Together," she whispered to the night sky, her words carried away by the wind. And for the first time in a long time, she allowed herself to believe in the future. The earth was healing, and so were its people. The scars would remain, a reminder of what they had endured and what they had overcome. But they were no longer just survivors. They were builders, dreamers, and pioneers. And as they looked to the stars, they knew that their story was far from over. It was only just beginning. The survivors emerged from the ashes, their hands trembling with exhaustion, but their hearts burning with determination. Cities that had once been reduced to rubble now stood as testaments to human resilience. Towering structures of steel and glass rose from the ruins, their surfaces gleaming under the faint glow of the artificial lights that now replaced the sun. Streets once filled with the echoes of screams and explosions now hummed with the sounds of construction and the cautious laughter of children. Yet, for all the progress, the scars of the war remained etched into the very fabric of existence. In the heart of New Haven, one of the first cities to rise from the devastation, a child tugged at the sleeve of an elder. His wide eyes reflected the flicker of a holographic display showing the sun's last violent eruption. "Will the sun ever be safe again?" he asked, his voice trembling with a mixture of fear and curiosity. The elder paused, her gaze drifting to the stars above. She had no easy answer. The sun, once a symbol of life and warmth, had become a harbinger of destruction. Its betrayal had left humanity scarred, both physically and emotionally. The question lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of the fragility of their new world. Scientists worked tirelessly to monitor the sun's activity, their instruments now more advanced than ever. Satellites equipped with cutting-edge technology orbited the Earth, scanning the skies for any sign of instability. But even with all their advancements, the fear remained. The sun was no longer a benevolent force, it was a ticking time bomb, its future uncertain. Yet amid the fear, there was hope. Humanity had always been driven by an unyielding desire to explore, to push beyond the limits of what was known. As the cities rose, so too did the dreams of the stars. The child's question sparked a conversation that spread like wildfire through the rebuilt communities. If the sun is no longer safe, they asked, then where can we go? The answer was written in the constellations above. Space exploration, once a distant dream, became a lifeline. The stars beckoned, their cold light offering a promise of survival. The first colonies on Mars had been established decades before the sun's betrayal, but now they became more than just outposts. They were beacons of hope. Engineers and scientists worked together to design massive starships capable of carrying thousands to distant worlds. The technology was still in its infancy, but the vision was clear. Humanity would not be bound by the fate of a single star. In the meantime, life on Earth continued. The scars of the war were visible everywhere, from the memorials that line the streets to the stories passed down through generations. The child who had asked about the sun grew up in a world shaped by loss and resilience. He would never forget the fear in his elders' eyes, but he would also remember the hope that followed. The stars were no longer just distant lights, they were destinations, a promise of a future where humanity could thrive once more. As the years passed, the question of the sun's safety became less about fear and more about perspective. The sun was a reminder of what had been lost, but the stars were a reminder of what could be gained. Humanity had faced extinction and emerged stronger, their eyes fixed on the infinite possibilities of the cosmos. The child's question had no easy answer, but it had sparked a journey that would take them beyond the reaches of their solar system and into the unknown. And so, as the last remnants of the old world faded into memory, humanity looked to the stars with hope. The scars of the war would never fully heal, but they would serve as a reminder of what had been overcome. The sun might never be safe again, but the stars offered a new beginning, and in that new beginning, humanity found the strength to dream once more. As the dust of tragedy settled and the world began to rebuild, Elena's name became a beacon of hope and resilience. Her sacrifice, her relentless pursuit of knowledge, and her unwavering courage in the face of annihilation inspired a wave of change that rippled across generations. In the years following the cataclysm, her story was told and retold, not just as a tale of loss, but as a catalyst for a new era of exploration and discovery. The young, in particular, found themselves drawn to her legacy, seeing in her a figure who embodied the best of humanity: curiosity, bravery, and an unyielding commitment to the greater good. In classrooms and laboratories, Elena's name became synonymous with the spirit of scientific inquiry. Students who had once dreamed of mundane careers now aspired to follow in her footsteps, driven by a shared determination to honor her memory. One such student, a bright and passionate young woman named Nadia, stood before her peers during a symposium on the future of space exploration. Her voice trembled with emotion as she declared, "We'll make sure her sacrifice wasn't in vain. We'll carry her torch forward, no matter how dark the path ahead may seem." Her words resonated deeply, igniting a fire in the hearts of those who listened. Nadia's generation faced challenges that would have seemed insurmountable to their predecessors. The Earth, though slowly healing, bore scars that would take centuries to fade. Resources were scarce, and the remnants of humanity were scattered across makeshift colonies, struggling to rebuild what had been lost. Yet, in the face of these obstacles, a newfound sense of purpose emerged. Inspired by Elena's legacy, scientists and explorers worked tirelessly to push the boundaries of what was possible. They developed innovative technologies to harness renewable energy, engineered resilient infrastructure to withstand future catastrophes, and even began to lay the groundwork for interstellar travel, a dream that had once seemed impossibly distant. Elena's influence extended beyond the realm of science. Her story became a symbol of unity, reminding humanity of the importance of collaboration in the face of existential threats. Nations that had once been divided by borders and ideologies now came together, pooling their resources and knowledge to ensure the survival of their species. The global scientific community, once fragmented and competitive, became a network of shared purpose, driven by the belief that only by working together could they overcome the challenges ahead. As the years turned into decades, Elena's name became etched not just in history books, but in the very fabric of human culture. Monuments were erected in her honor, and her likeness adorned the walls of schools and research institutions. Yet her true legacy was not in statues or plaques, but in the hearts and minds of those who carried her vision forward. Nadia and her peers, now seasoned scientists and explorers, often reflected on the profound impact Elena had on their lives. They saw her not as a distant figure from the past, but as a guiding light, a reminder of what humanity could achieve when driven by courage and curiosity. The challenges ahead were immense, but they were met with a sense of determination that had been forged in the crucible of loss. Nadia, now leading a team of researchers on the brink of a groundbreaking discovery, often found herself thinking of Elena. She wondered what her hero would say if she could see the progress they had made, the obstacles they had overcome, and though Elena was no longer there to guide them, her spirit lived on in every experiment, every hypothesis, every daring leap into the unknown. The road ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear: Elena's legacy was not just a memory, it was a call to action. A reminder that even in the darkest of times, humanity had the capacity to rise, to dream, and to achieve the extraordinary. And as Nadia and her team prepared to embark on their next mission, they did so with the quiet confidence that comes from knowing they were part of something greater than themselves. They were the inheritors of a legacy, the bearers of a flame that would light the way for generations to come, and in their hands, the future was not just a possibility, it was a promise. The rover's cameras panned across the barren, rust-colored landscape of Mars, its mechanical arm extending to brush away layers of ancient dust. Beneath the surface, something glinted faintly in the pale sunlight, a strange geometric shape that didn't belong. The scientists back on Earth watched in stunned silence as the image came into focus. It wasn't a rock, it wasn't a natural formation, it was an artifact, unmistakably artificial, its surfaces etched with intricate patterns that seemed to hum with a quiet, otherworldly energy. Dr. Elena Vasquez, the lead astrobiologist on the mission, leaned closer to the monitor, her breath catching in her throat. This changes everything," she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. The room around her buzzed with a mix of excitement and unease. For decades, humanity had searched for signs of life beyond Earth. But this was no fossil, no microbial trace. This was proof of intelligence, a civilization, one that had thrived on Mars long before humans ever looked to the stars. As the rover's instruments analyzed the artifact, the data streamed back to Earth in a flood of numbers and images. The patterns on its surface weren't random. They were a language, a code, waiting to be deciphered. Each symbol seemed to pulse with meaning, as if the artifact itself was trying to communicate. But with whom and why, the questions hung heavy in the air, unanswered and unsettling. "This is just the beginning," Dr. Vasquez said, her voice trembling with a mix of awe and apprehension. "The universe is full of secrets, and now we've found the first clue." The discovery sent shockwaves through the scientific community and beyond. Governments scrambled to allocate resources, space agencies fast-tracked missions, and the public's imagination ran wild with theories. Was this evidence of an ancient Martian civilization, or had something else left this artifact behind, something far older, far more powerful? The artifact didn't just hint at a mystery, it opened a door to an infinite labyrinth of possibilities, each more bewildering than the last. As teams of linguists, cryptographers, and historians worked tirelessly to decode the artifact's message, a sense of urgency began to take hold. If this was the first piece of a larger puzzle, where were the others, and what would happen when humanity finally put them together? The artifact seemed almost alive, its presence a silent, insistent reminder that the universe was far stranger, far more dangerous than anyone had ever imagined. In the weeks that followed, preparations for a manned mission to Mars accelerated at a breakneck pace. The artifact had to be studied up close, its secrets unlocked before they could unravel on their own. But as the world watched and waited, a quiet unease settled over those who knew the truth. This wasn't just about discovery, it was about survival, because whatever had left that artifact behind, it wasn't gone. Not entirely, and humanity was about to step into a game it didn't fully understand. The artifact was more than a relic of the past, it was a warning. A beacon, a key to something vast and unknowable, and as the first human explorers prepared to leave Earth, one question echoed in the minds of everyone involved. What will we find when we get there? And will we be ready for it? The airlock hissed open, and the crew of the Mars mission stepped onto the red planet's surface, their boots crunching into the fine, rust-colored dust. This was no ordinary expedition. Armed with advanced imaging technology and a mandate to uncover the planet's secrets, they ventured deeper into a region that had long puzzled scientists back on Earth, a series of unnatural formations visible only from orbit. As they approached the site, the team's lead geologist, Dr. Elena Ramirez, paused, her breath fogging the visor of her helmet. This doesn't look natural," she muttered, her voice crackling over the comms. The others gathered around, their headlamps illuminating the jagged, symmetrical structures protruding from the ground. They weren't rocks, they were ruins. The first discovery was a slab of stone, its surface etched with intricate patterns that defied erosion. Dr. Ramirez ran her gloved hand over the carvings, her heart racing. These markings, they're deliberate. Someone made this. The crew exchanged uneasy glances. Mars was supposed to be barren, a dead world. But here, beneath their feet, was proof of something else entirely, something that shouldn't exist. As they pressed further into the site, the scale of the discovery became apparent. Towering arches, half buried in the sand, stretched into the distance. Broken columns lay scattered like the bones of a long-forgotten giant. And then, there were the symbols, endless rows of them, carved into every surface. They were unlike anything found on Earth, a language that spoke of intelligence, creativity, and perhaps even a culture that had thrived here eons ago. Dr. Ramirez knelt beside a partially exposed wall, her scanner humming as it analyzed the material. "This isn't just stone," she said, her voice trembling. "It's a composite, engineered. Whoever built this, they had technology, advanced technology. The implications were staggering. If this civilization had achieved such feats, what had become of them? Where had they gone?" The team's engineer, Marcus Chen, crouched beside her, his flashlight revealing more of the wall. "Look at this," he said, pointing to a series of deep grooves. "These look like tool marks, and over here," he paused, his breath catching. A faint metallic glint caught his eye. Brushing away the dust, he uncovered a fragment of something smooth and reflective. This isn't natural either. It's metal, but it's not corroded. How is that possible?" The questions multiplied with every step. The crew's biologist, Dr. Priya Connor, crouched near a cluster of strange, fossilized remains. These could be bones," she whispered, "but they're not human, not even close." The team fell silent, the weight of the discovery pressing down on them. They had come to Mars to explore, to search for signs of life. But this was something else. This was evidence of a civilization, one that had risen, thrived, and then vanished without a trace. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ruins, the team regrouped at their rover. No one spoke for a long time. Finally, Marcus broke the silence. "They were here before us," he said, his voice barely audible. "But what happened to them? Why did they disappear?" The question hung in the air, unanswered. Dr. Ramirez stared out at the ruins, her mind racing. "We need to go deeper," she said finally. "There's more here, more than we can see, and if we're going to understand what happened, we need to uncover it all." The crew nodded, their unease tempered by a growing sense of purpose. They had stumbled upon a mystery that could rewrite history, not just for Mars, but for humanity itself. But as they prepared to delve further into the ruins, A faint, rhythmic sound echoed through the thin Martian air. It was faint, almost imperceptible, but it was there, a low, pulsing hum that seemed to emanate from deep beneath the surface. The crew froze, their eyes locking in silent alarm. Whatever they had found, it was clear now that they were not alone. The ruins were not just a relic of the past, they were a warning, and the deeper they went, the more they realized some mysteries were never meant to be solved. The air in the dimly lit chamber grew heavy with anticipation as the Martian artifact began to hum, its surface glowing with an otherworldly light. For months, scientists had studied it, probing its mysteries, but now it seemed to awaken on its own. Slowly, intricate patterns emerged across its surface, shifting and rearranging like a living puzzle. What was once an enigmatic relic now revealed itself as a map, a celestial guide etched in symbols and coordinates. Gasps echoed through the room as the realization dawned. This was not just a map to other artifacts, but a roadmap to the stars themselves. At the center of the room, Commander Elena Voss stepped forward, her voice steady but filled with awe. "This is it," she said, her gaze fixed on the artifact. "This is our destiny, to explore and protect the universe." Her words resonated deeply, not just with the scientists and engineers present, but with the millions watching live across Earth and its colonies. The artifact's activation was more than a scientific breakthrough. It was a call to action, a reminder that humanity's place was not confined to a single planet or even a single star system. It was a summons to venture into the unknown, to seek out the remnants of civilizations long gone, and to safeguard the knowledge they left behind. The map itself was a marvel of alien engineering, its coordinates pointing to distant worlds scattered across the galaxy. Each location was marked with a unique symbol, hinting at the nature of the artifacts hidden there. Some were believed to be repositories of knowledge, others tools of unimaginable power, and a few ominously warnings of dangers yet to be faced. The artifact's activation was not just a gift, it was a challenge. It demanded that humanity rise to the occasion, to prove itself worthy of the legacy it had inherited. As the data from the artifact was analyzed, plans began to take shape. Ships were retrofitted with the latest advancements in propulsion and navigation, designed to endure the rigors of interstellar travel. Crews were assembled, not just from Earth, but from the growing colonies on Mars, the Moon, and beyond. The mission was clear: to follow the map, to uncover the secrets of the galaxy, and to ensure that humanity's future was one of exploration and stewardship, not exploitation and destruction. But the journey ahead would not be easy. The distances were vast, the challenges unprecedented. Some questioned whether humanity was ready for such a monumental task. Could we truly protect the universe when we had yet to fully protect our own world? These doubts were met with resolve. "We are not perfect," Commander Voss acknowledged in a public address, "but we are capable of growth, of learning, of becoming better. This is our chance to prove that we can be more than conquerors, we can be guardians." The artifact's map was not just a guide to the stars, it was a mirror reflecting humanity's potential. It showed us not only where we could go, but who we could become. As the first ships prepared to launch, the mood was one of cautious optimism. There was fear, yes, but also hope, a belief that the universe was not just a cold, empty void, but a place of wonder waiting to be discovered. In the weeks that followed, the artifact became more than a relic. It became a symbol. It was displayed in the heart of Earth's capital, a reminder of the journey ahead. Schools taught its history, children drew its symbols, and dreamers gazed at the stars with renewed wonder. The map had activated, but it was humanity that had truly awakened. The stars were no longer distant points of light. They were destinations, promises, and possibilities. And as the first ships soared into the void, carrying the hopes of billions, one thing was clear: the age of exploration had only just begun. The air on the distant planet was thick with an acrid, metallic scent, a stark reminder that this world was nothing like Earth. The crew had landed hours earlier, hoping to find resources to sustain their journey back home. But as they ventured deeper into the alien terrain, the shadows seemed to shift unnaturally. as if the planet itself was alive and watching. It wasn't long before they realized they weren't the only ones here. A low, guttural growl echoed through the dense, pulsating vegetation. The sound sent a chill down the spines of even the most seasoned crew members. They froze, their breath shallow, as the underbrush ahead began to rustle violently. Out of the darkness emerged a creature unlike anything they had ever encountered. Its exoskeleton glistened under the dim light of the planet's twin suns, and its elongated limbs moved with predatory precision. Its eyes, multiple and unblinking, locked onto the crew with an unsettling intelligence. Before anyone could react, a second creature appeared, then a third. The crew's initial shock gave way to grim determination. They were outnumbered, but they had no choice. They had to fight. Weapons were drawn, their metallic clicks breaking the eerie silence. A soldier, his voice barely above a whisper, muttered, "We're not alone out here, and not everyone is friendly." His words hung heavy in the air, a sobering truth that none could ignore. The battle erupted in a chaotic blur. The alien creatures moved with terrifying speed, their movements almost too fast for the human eye to follow. The crew's training kicked in, their movements coordinated but strained under the relentless assault. Energy blasts lit up the alien landscape, casting jagged shadows that danced like specters. The creatures hissed and screeched, their sounds a cacophony of rage and pain. One of the crew members, a biologist, shouted over the chaos, "Aim for their joints, their exoskeletons are weakest there." The advice proved crucial as the team began to target the creature's vulnerable points. Still, the aliens were relentless, their numbers seeming to multiply with every passing moment. The crew fought valiantly, but the odds were stacked against them. As the battle raged on, it became clear that this was more than just a fight for survival. It was a test of their resolve, their unity, and their will to endure in the face of the unknown. The soldiers' earlier words echoed in their minds, a grim reminder that the universe was vast and unforgiving, and that humanity's place within it was far from secure. The crew's determination never wavered, even as exhaustion set in. They fought not just for themselves, but for the hope of returning to a home that now felt impossibly distant. The alien creatures, though formidable, began to falter under the crew's unyielding assault. One by one, they fell, their hissing cries growing fainter until the battlefield was silent once more. But the victory was bittersweet. The crew knew that this encounter was only the beginning. The planet held secrets far beyond their understanding, and the aliens they had just faced were likely just the vanguard of something far more sinister. As they regrouped, tending to their wounds and assessing their losses, the weight of their situation pressed heavily upon them. They had survived this time. But the universe was vast, and the stars held no promises of safety. The tension aboard the ship was palpable, a suffocating weight pressing down on every breath. The crew stood clustered around the observation deck, their eyes locked on the glowing holo display that revealed the truth they had just uncovered. The hostile aliens, those enigmatic, terrifying beings that had pursued them across the void, weren't mindless aggressors. They were guardians, protectors, and the object of their fierce devotion was a dying star, its once vibrant light flickering weakly like a candle on the verge of extinguishing. One of the scientists, Dr. Elena Voss, broke the silence with a whisper so soft it barely carried over the hum of the ship's systems. "They're just like us," she said, her voice trembling with a mix of awe and dread. "They're trying to survive." Her words hung in the air, heavy with implications. The crew exchanged uneasy glances, the weight of her realization settling over them like a shroud. These aliens, with their advanced technology and relentless pursuit, weren't enemies in the traditional sense. They were desperate. Their star, their sun, was dying, and with it, their entire civilization. Captain Jara Reyes, her face etched with worry, stepped forward, her boots clicking softly against the metal floor. "If their star is dying," she began, her voice steady but laced with urgency, "then they're not attacking us out of malice. They're fighting for their survival, just like we would. Her words sparked a heated debate among the crew. Some argued that this revelation changed everything, that they couldn't, in good conscience, continue to fight beings who were simply trying to protect their home. Others countered that survival was a zero-sum game. If the aliens succeeded in their mission, whatever it was, humanity might pay the price. The debate raged on, each crew member voicing their fears, their hopes, their moral dilemmas. Engineer Turk Malik, usually the quietest among them, spoke up with uncharacteristic intensity. We've been running from them this whole time, thinking they were the aggressors. But what if we're the invaders here? What if we stumbled into their territory, into their last stand to save everything they've ever known? His words struck a chord, forcing the crew to confront a question they had been avoiding: who was truly in the wrong? Meanwhile, Dr. Voss had been silently analyzing the data streaming in from the ship's sensors. She turned to the group, her face pale but resolute. This star, it's not just dying. It's destabilizing. If it collapses, or worse, explodes, it could trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. The energy released could wipe out entire systems, including ours. Her revelation sent a ripple of panic through the room. The stakes were no longer just about survival. They were about the fate of countless lives, human and alien alike. As the crew grappled with this new reality, Lieutenant Anya Patel, the ship's communications officer, proposed a radical idea. What if we tried to talk to them? If they're as advanced as we think, maybe they're capable of understanding. Maybe they're as scared as we are. Her suggestion was met with a mix of skepticism and cautious optimism. The idea of reaching out to the very beings that had hunted them across the stars was terrifying, but it was also, perhaps, their only hope. Captain Reyes nodded slowly, her expression hardening with determination. We're running out of time, and we're running out of options. If there's even a chance we can find common ground, we have to take it. But we need to be prepared for the possibility that they won't listen. That they'll see us as a threat, no matter what we do. Her words were a sobering reminder of the risks they faced. The crew knew that any attempt at communication could backfire spectacularly, but the alternative, continuing a fight that could doom them all, was unthinkable. As the debate wound down, the crew began to prepare for what might be their most dangerous mission yet. The hostile aliens, with their unfathomable technology and unyielding resolve, were no longer just a threat to be avoided. They were a mirror reflecting humanity's own struggle for survival in a hostile universe, and as the ship's engines hummed to life, carrying them closer to the dying star and the beings who guarded it, the crew couldn't shake the chilling thought that Dr. Voss had planted in their minds: they're just like us, and if that was true, then perhaps the greatest danger wasn't the aliens at all. Perhaps it was the choices they were about to make. The tension aboard the ship had reached its peak. The hostile alien species, their massive warships looming like shadows against the dying light of their star, had finally agreed to meet. It wasn't trust that brought them to the table, it was desperation. Their sun, once a brilliant beacon in their skies, was now a ticking time bomb, its core destabilizing faster than anyone had anticipated. Without intervention, their world would be consumed in a fiery apocalypse, and the crew of the human vessel held the key to their survival. Captain Arlen, her voice steady but laced with urgency, addressed the alien delegation through the holographic interface. "We don't have to be enemies," she began, her words echoing in the cavernous chamber of their flagship. "Your star is dying, and we have the technology to stabilize it. But this isn't just about saving your world, it's about proving that we can work together, even when everything seems to push us apart." The alien leader, a towering figure with iridescent skin and eyes that glowed like molten gold, regarded her with a mix of skepticism and cautious hope. "Your kind has always been unpredictable," they rumbled, their voice deep and resonant. "Why should we believe this isn't a trick? Why should we trust you now?" Arlen didn't flinch. "Because we're both facing the same truth," she replied. "In the face of extinction, our differences don't matter. What matters is what we do next. Together, we can save your star. Alone, we'll all be lost." The room fell silent, the weight of her words hanging in the air. For a moment, it seemed as though the fragile hope between them might shatter. Then, the alien leader inclined their head, a gesture that carried both respect and resolve. "Show us," they said simply. What followed was a whirlwind of collaboration, a merging of minds and technologies that neither species had thought possible. The humans shared their advanced stabilizers, devices capable of recalibrating the star's core and buying it millennia of life. In return, the aliens offered insights into their own energy systems, knowledge that could revolutionize human technology and open doors to new frontiers. It wasn't just an exchange of tools, it was a sharing of futures. As the stabilizers were deployed, their massive arrays unfolding like silver wings against the star's fiery surface, the alien leader stepped forward. Their voice, once filled with hostility, now carried a note of something deeper. "We have spent eons fearing what we do not understand," they said, "but today you have shown us that fear is not the only path. Today, we see that we are stronger together than apart." The words resonated through the chamber, a declaration that felt as monumental as the star they were saving. For the first time, the two species stood not as adversaries, but as allies. The crew of the human vessel, once seen as invaders, were now partners in a mission that transcended borders and biology. As the stabilizers activated, their beams piercing the star's chaotic core, the alien leader turned to Arlen. "You have given us more than a future," they said. "You have given us a chance to be more than we were. For that, we are grateful." Arlen nodded, her expression one of quiet satisfaction. "This is just the beginning," she replied. "There's a whole universe out there, and if we can do this, imagine what else we can achieve." The alliance forged in that moment would go on to shape the destiny of both species, a testament to the power of unity in the face of the unknown. And as the star's light began to stabilize, its glow steady and sure once more, it served as a beacon not just for their worlds, but for the promise of what could be when enemies chose to become allies. The ship descended through Earth's atmosphere, its hull glowing faintly from the friction of re-entry. Inside, the crew sat in silence, their faces etched with a mixture of exhaustion and determination. They had crossed the void, survived the unimaginable, and returned home not as mere explorers, but as harbingers of a new era. The weight of their journey pressed heavily on their shoulders, but so too did the promise of what lay ahead. They had brought back more than just themselves, they carried with them the seeds of humanity's future. Among the crew was Dr. Elena Voss, the astrophysicist whose relentless curiosity had driven much of their mission. She leaned against the viewport, watching the familiar blue and green swirls of Earth grow larger with each passing second. "We've done it," she murmured, her voice barely audible over the hum of the engines. But this isn't the end, it's barely even the start. Beside her stood Commander Jackson Reed, his usual stoic demeanor softened by the faintest hint of a smile. "We've faced the void and come back stronger," he said, his tone steady but laced with emotion. "And we're not alone anymore." The "not alone" part was perhaps the most astonishing revelation of all. Among the crew were beings from a distant star system, a species humanity had once feared as a threat but now embraced as allies. These extraterrestrial visitors, with their shimmering, translucent skin and eyes that seemed to hold galaxies within them, had shared knowledge that would alter the course of human history. Advanced technologies, insights into the fabric of space-time, and a deeper understanding of the cosmos itself now rested in humanity's hands. As the ship touched down on the dusty surface of a remote landing site, the crew stepped out into the sunlight, squinting against the brightness they hadn't seen in months. A small crowd had gathered to welcome them: scientists, military personnel, and a handful of journalists who had been granted clearance to witness the historic moment. Among them was a young survivor from one of the first colonies ravaged by the sun's instability. Her name was Leela, a teenager with a fierce spirit and a voice that carried far beyond her years. As the crew approached, Leela stepped forward, her eyes blazing with a mix of hope and defiance. "This is just the beginning," she declared, her voice cutting through the murmurs of the crowd. The universe is ours to explore. We've been given a second chance, and we're not going to waste it. Her words hung in the air, a rallying cry that seemed to ignite something deep within everyone present. The crew exchanged glances, their shared resolve crystallizing in that moment. They had survived the end of one world, but they now stood on the precipice of something far greater. Dr. Voss stepped forward, addressing the crowd with the quiet authority of someone who had seen the impossible and lived to tell the tale. We've learned that the universe is far vaster and more complex than we ever imagined, she said. But we've also learned that we're not alone in it. Together with our new allies, we have the tools to rebuild, to explore, and to thrive. The challenges ahead will be immense, but so too will the opportunities. Commander Reed stepped up beside her, his voice steady and commanding. This isn't just about survival anymore, it's about evolution. We've been given a chance to redefine what it means to be human, to reach beyond our limits and claim our place among the stars. As the crew began to disperse, their minds already racing with plans and possibilities, the atmosphere crackled with a sense of anticipation. The knowledge they had brought back was more than just a collection of facts and technologies. It was a beacon, a guiding light for a species poised on the brink of a new age. The sun's instability had forced humanity to confront its fragility, but it had also revealed its resilience. The crew's return marked the end of one chapter and the beginning of another, a chapter where the stars were no longer distant points of light, but destinations waiting to be reached. And as the crowd began to cheer, their voices rising in unison, it was clear that this was not just a moment of triumph, but a declaration of intent. The universe was vast, unpredictable, and filled with mysteries yet to be unraveled, but humanity, armed with newfound allies and an unshakable spirit, was ready to face it head-on. The journey ahead would be fraught with challenges, but for the first time in a long time, the future felt not like a burden, but a promise to explore, to grow, and to thrive in a cosmos that was no longer a void, but a frontier. This was just the beginning, and the universe was waiting. The silence of space was shattered by the faintest ripple, a disturbance that began at the edges of the galaxy, far beyond the reach of humanity's most advanced sensors. At first, it was nothing more than a blip, a flicker of energy that could have been dismissed as cosmic noise. But as the data poured in, the truth became undeniable. Something was coming, something vast, ancient, and utterly alien. The threat was unlike anything humanity had ever encountered, and it was moving fast. On Earth, the news spread like wildfire. Scientists scrambled to analyze the readings, while military leaders convened in secret, their faces grim. The last time humanity had faced extinction, it had been at the hands of its own sun, a cataclysm that had nearly wiped out civilization. But this was different. This wasn't a natural disaster or a cosmic event. This was an enemy, and it was coming for them. In the heart of the United Earth Command, a figure stepped forward to address the assembled leaders. Her name was Admiral Kayla Voss, a veteran of the Solar Wars and one of the few survivors of the sun's collapse. Her voice was steady, her gaze unflinching as she spoke. "We've faced extinction before," she said, her words echoing through the chamber. "We've stared into the abyss and refused to blink, and now we'll face it again. Not as victims, but as warriors, not as survivors, but as conquerors." Her declaration was met with silence, followed by a roar of approval. Across the globe, humanity began to mobilize. Factories that had once produced consumer goods now churned out warships and weapons. Scientists who had devoted their lives to exploration turned their attention to defense. And in the far reaches of the solar system, outposts that had been abandoned in the aftermath of the sun's destruction were hastily rebuilt, their defenses fortified. But even as humanity prepared, questions lingered. What was this new threat? Where had it come from? And why now, after centuries of silence, had it chosen to reveal itself? The answers were elusive, buried in fragments of data and cryptic transmissions intercepted from the edge of known space. Some believed it was an ancient civilization, awakened after eons of slumber. Others whispered of a hive mind, a collective intelligence that saw humanity as nothing more than a resource to be harvested. One thing was certain: this was not a war humanity could win alone. The scars of the past were still fresh, the wounds of betrayal and infighting still raw, but if they were to survive, they would need to unite, not just as nations, but as a species. The call went out to the colonies, to the remnants of humanity scattered across the stars, and slowly, hesitantly, they began to answer. The first battle came sooner than anyone expected. A fleet of alien ships emerged from the void, their designs unlike anything humanity had ever seen. They moved with a precision that defied logic, their weapons cutting through human defenses like they were made of paper. The battle was brutal, a desperate struggle for survival, but even as ships were torn apart and lives were lost, humanity refused to yield. Admiral Voss led the charge, her flagship at the forefront of the human fleet. Her strategy was simple: adapt, improvise, and never stop fighting. She knew the odds were against them, but she also knew that giving up was not an option. "This is not the end," she said, her voice carrying across the comms. "This is just the beginning, and if we stand together, we will not fall." The battle raged for hours, the void lit by the glow of plasma and the sparks of shattered hulls. And when it was over, the alien fleet retreated, leaving behind a field of debris and the faintest glimmer of hope. Humanity had survived the first encounter, but the war was far from over. As the fleet regrouped and repairs began, Admiral Voss stood on the bridge of her ship, staring out at the stars. She knew the road ahead would be long and fraught with peril. But she also knew that humanity had faced impossible odds before and emerged stronger for it. This time would be no different. The enemy had awakened something in humanity, a fire that had been smoldering for centuries. And now, that fire was burning brighter than ever. The galaxy was vast and the enemy was powerful, but humanity was determined, and in the end, determination might be enough. The ship's engines hummed softly as the crew of the Erebus drifted through the void, their instruments scanning the remnants of a shattered star system. What they found defied comprehension. Scattered across the debris field were fragments of technology, vast skeletal structures that bore no resemblance to anything humanity had ever built. Lieutenant Commander Elena Voss, the mission's chief scientist, leaned over her console, her face illuminated by a faint blue glow. "These aren't natural formations," she said, her voice tinged with awe. "They're deliberate, engineered, and they're older than anything we've ever encountered." The crew exchanged uneasy glances. They had come here seeking answers about the sun's sudden, catastrophic explosion, but this discovery was something else entirely. It hinted at a history far beyond their own, a history written in the ruins of civilizations long gone. Dr. Raj Patel, the team's astrophysicist, adjusted his glasses and frowned at the data streaming across his screen. The patterns in the debris, they're consistent with weapons fire, high energy impacts, concentrated bursts. Whatever happened here, it wasn't an accident. This was a war. The word hung in the air like a dark cloud, a war, not between nations or planets, but on a scale that defied imagination. Captain Marcus Hale, a veteran of countless missions, clenched his jaw as he studied the holographic projections. "Who could have fought like this?" he muttered. "Who could have the power to tear apart entire systems?" As the Erebus ventured deeper into the debris field, the evidence became impossible to ignore. Massive, scorched hulls of alien ships floated silently, their designs unlike anything in the human database. Some were sleek and angular, others bulbous and organic, but all bore the scars of intense, violent conflict. "It's not just one species," Voss said, her voice barely above a whisper. "There were multiple factions here, multiple players in this galactic-scale conflict." Patel nodded, his expression grim. "And if they could destroy each other like this, what does that mean for us? We're just one species, one tiny corner of the universe. If they're gone, what chance do we have?" The question lingered, unanswered. The crew worked in silence, their earlier excitement replaced by a growing sense of unease. As they pieced together the fragments of data, a chilling picture began to emerge. The conflict they were uncovering hadn't been confined to this star system. The scars of war stretched across light years, a trail of destruction that led to a single, horrifying conclusion. This had been a battle for survival. And it had ended in mutual annihilation. Voss leaned back in her chair, her eyes distant. "This is bigger than us," she murmured. "We're just one piece of the puzzle. A small, fragile piece in a game we don't even understand." Hale turned to her, his face set in a hard mask. "We need to know more. If there's anything left, any clue, any record, we have to find it. If this is what's out there, we can't afford to ignore it." The crew nodded, their resolve hardening, but beneath their determination was a flicker of fear. They were explorers, scientists, soldiers, not warriors in a galactic conflict, and yet, as they stared at the ruins around them, they couldn't shake the feeling that they were no longer mere observers. They were part of something vast, something ancient, and something terrifyingly alive. The Erebus pressed on, its lights cutting through the darkness like a beacon. Somewhere out there, hidden in the shadows of dead stars and shattered worlds, lay the truth, but as the mystery deepened, so did the sense of dread. For the crew of the Erebus, the question was no longer about what had happened, it was about what was coming next. The tension aboard the starship was palpable as the crew gathered in the command center, their faces illuminated by the faint glow of holographic star maps. For months, they had been locked in a seemingly endless war with the Zorathians, a relentless alien species bent on domination. The stakes had never been higher. But now, amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope emerged, an idea so bold, so dangerous, that it might just turn the tide. Captain Arlen, the stoic and battle-hardened leader of the crew, stepped forward, her voice steady but laced with urgency. "We've analyzed every possible angle," she began, her eyes scanning the room. "The Zorathians are on the verge of breaching our last line of defense. If they succeed, it's not just our lives at risk, it's the entire universe. But we've found a way to stop them, a way to end this war for good." The room fell silent as she explained the plan. Deep within the Zorathian fleet lay their central command hub, a heavily fortified station that controlled their entire armada. Destroying it would cripple their forces, leaving them vulnerable and disorganized. But there was a catch. The station was protected by an impenetrable energy shield, and the only way to disable it was from the inside. Someone would have to infiltrate the station, manually override the shield, and trigger a self-destruct sequence. It was a suicide mission. The weight of the revelation hung in the air. Each member of the crew understood what this meant. To save countless lives, one of them would have to make the ultimate sacrifice. For a moment, no one spoke. Then, Lieutenant Cale, the ship's youngest and most optimistic officer, broke the silence. "We don't have a choice," he said, his voice trembling but resolute. "If this is what it takes to protect the universe, then we have to do it." Captain Arlen nodded, her expression grim but determined. "We've faced impossible odds before," she said. "But this time, the cost is higher than ever. I won't order anyone to go. This has to be a choice. Whoever volunteers will carry the hopes of every civilization threatened by the Zorathians. They'll be remembered as a hero, but they'll also be giving up everything." The room erupted into murmurs as the crew debated the decision. Some argued for drawing lots, while others insisted on volunteering. But in the end, it was Chief Engineer Vira who stepped forward. Her hands were calloused from years of repairing the ship, her face etched with the scars of countless battles. "I'll do it," she said simply. "I've spent my life keeping this ship running. If this is how I keep the universe running, then so be it." Her declaration was met with a mix of awe and sorrow. Vera was more than a crew member, she was family, and now she was volunteering to give her life for the greater good. Captain Arlen placed a hand on her shoulder, her voice thick with emotion. "You're the bravest of us all," she said. "We'll make sure your sacrifice isn't in vain." As the crew prepared for the mission, the final battle began. The Zorathian fleet descended upon their position, their ships shimmering like a swarm of metallic locusts against the void of space. The starship's engines roared to life as they charged into the fray, lasers and plasma bolts lighting up the darkness. Every second counted. Vera boarded a small, stealth-equipped shuttle, her heart pounding as she approached the enemy station. The battle raged on, the crew fighting with every ounce of strength they had. But as Vera infiltrated the Zorathian command hub, the true cost of their mission became clear. She worked quickly, her hands flying over the control panels as alarms blared around her. The shield came down and the station began to crumble. With one final, determined breath, she triggered the self-destruct sequence. Back on the starship, Captain Arlen watched as the station exploded in a brilliant flash of light, taking the Zorathian fleet with it. The crew erupted into cheers, but their celebration was bittersweet. They had won the battle, but at a terrible cost. As the dust settled, Arlen turned to her crew, her voice filled with both pride and sorrow. "We'll never forget her," she said, "and we'll make sure the universe remembers what she did today." The war was over, but the scars would remain. The crew had faced the unthinkable and emerged victorious, but the price of their victory was a reminder of the sacrifices that define heroes. In the quiet of space, they honored Vera's memory, knowing that her courage had saved them all. And as they set a course for home, they carried with them the weight of her legacy, a legacy that would echo across the stars for generations to come. The final moments of the conflict were a blur of chaos and sacrifice. The crew, battered and broken, stood together as the last remnants of their enemy crumbled into stardust. Their victory was hard-won, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit in the face of unimaginable odds. But as the dust settled, the weight of their losses pressed heavily upon them. The price of peace was etched into their faces, a somber reminder of the cost of survival. One survivor, their voice barely more than a whisper, broke the silence. "We did it," they said, their words trembling with both relief and sorrow. "The universe is safe, but we'll never forget those we lost." The words lingered in the air, a bittersweet acknowledgement of the sacrifices made. Every member of the crew carried the memory of those who had fallen, their names forever etched into the fabric of history. The ship, once a symbol of hope and exploration, now felt like a tomb, its corridors echoing with the absence of voices that would never speak again. Yet, amidst the grief, there was a flicker of something else: hope, the kind of hope that emerges from the ashes of despair, fragile but unyielding. Humanity had faced the brink of annihilation and had somehow found a way to endure. As the crew looked out at the stars, their gaze turned not just to the past, but to the future. The universe, vast and infinite, still held countless mysteries waiting to be uncovered. The journey was far from over. The scars of battle would remain, but so too would the lessons learned. The survivors knew that their victory was not just for themselves, but for all those who would come after. They had secured a future, however uncertain, for the next generation of explorers, dreamers, and fighters. In the days that followed, the crew began the long process of rebuilding. The ship, though damaged, was a testament to human ingenuity and determination. Repairs were made, systems restored, and slowly, life aboard began to regain a semblance of normalcy. Yet the crew was forever changed. They had seen the darkest corners of the cosmos and had stared into the abyss. They had lost friends, comrades, and a part of themselves in the process. But they had also discovered a strength they never knew they possessed, a strength born of unity, sacrifice, and an unshakable belief in the value of life. As they charted their course back toward Earth, the crew found themselves reflecting on what it meant to be human. They had fought not just for survival, but for the very essence of what made them who they were. The stars, once a symbol of endless possibility, now also represented the fragility of existence. They were a reminder that every moment, every breath, was a gift, one that could be taken away in an instant. Yet, even in the face of such uncertainty, humanity looked to the stars with hope. The universe, vast and indifferent, was also a canvas waiting to be painted with the stories of those brave enough to explore it. The crew knew that their journey was just one chapter in a much larger saga, and as they sailed through the void, they carried with them the memories of those they had lost, the lessons they had learned, and the unyielding belief that no matter the odds, humanity would always find a way to persevere. The stars, silent and eternal, seemed to whisper back a promise of new beginnings and endless possibilities. And so, with hearts heavy yet hopeful, the crew pressed on, their eyes fixed on the horizon, ready to write the next chapter in the story of humanity. The audiobook reaches its poignant conclusion, not with despair, but with a stirring sense of hope and resilience. Humanity, battered but unbroken, stands at the threshold of a new era. The survivors, having endured the unimaginable, now turn their gaze outward toward the vast expanse of the universe. The stars, once distant and unreachable, now shine with a brilliance that feels almost inviting, as if they hold the answers to questions humanity has only just begun to ask. In the final moments, a child's voice breaks the silence, a voice filled with innocence and unshakable curiosity. Will we ever find a new home? They ask, their words echoing through the stillness of the night. It's a question that carries the weight of generations, a question that speaks to the very essence of what it means to be human, to dream, to explore, to seek out the unknown, no matter how daunting the journey may be. The stars seem to respond, their light growing brighter, almost as if they're encouraging humanity to take that first step. And in that moment, the story shifts from one of survival to one of discovery. The challenges ahead are immense. Yes, there will be new worlds to navigate, new dangers to face, and new lessons to learn. But there's also the promise of something greater, something that lies beyond the horizon. This final scene serves as a powerful reminder of humanity's enduring spirit. Despite the devastation, despite the loss, there's an unyielding determination to keep moving forward. The stars, once symbols of mystery and distance, now become beacons of possibility. They represent not just the unknown, but the potential for renewal, for growth, for a future that's as vast and boundless as the universe itself. And so, the audiobook leaves us with a sense of quiet optimism. The journey ahead is uncertain, but it's also filled with promise. Humanity's story doesn't end here. It's merely the beginning of a new chapter, one that's written in the light of distant stars. As the final words fade, we're left with a profound sense of connection, not just to the characters in the story, but to the very essence of what it means to look up at the night sky and dream. The stars shine brighter than ever, not just in the story, but in our own imaginations. They remind us that no matter how dark the night may seem, there's always a glimmer of light, a spark of hope that guides us forward. And as the audiobook comes to a close, that light feels closer than ever, illuminating a path that leads not just to the stars, but to the very heart of what it means to be human.